and look up its origin, because that's what most of these people keep claiming that they are, and look at the part of speech, the family of the language, and then trace it to also its what you call compound morphology in an ordinary dictionary. It's really a child's dictionary. If you find anything that's beyond 1960 area, if you look at things that are older books, and you'll see that these people of America, and you start looking at the expatriation for the United States and citizenship, etc., and you'll see that these people that are called Indian and blacks are Moors. That's a fact.
All right, thank you, brother.
Start looking up treaties. Start looking up treaties, and you see Indian treaties and Moorish treaties are classified together.
All right,
was a Moorish.
You'll see black, and you'll see right beneath it, black or Moor. It's only dark-skinned person, man, woman, or child.
Yes. All right.
Have a good night.
Thank you, brother Taj. Thank you, brother. Peace.
Tear his ass up.
All right. Thank you, Sister Freedom.
They're gonna tear his ass up.
You're welcome.
All right.
Wait, who did that? Sister Freedom brought him on?
Hold on. Everybody relax.
So I just asked you a question. That's all, brother. No. Just a question. I just wanted to know that Sister Freedom bring him on. That's all.
Can't hear you, Sal.
Yeah, I told Sister Freedom to call him. I called him, and he didn't pick up right away. So he was busy. I said, Freedom, you got to get Taj right quick. And she got him. And so the reason I let Taj speak is because Taj have always been a good brother, always good friend. He's been up my house a few times. He beat up Reggie on 125th Street.
Lies.
That's probably why Reggie wanted to get him back. Now, I'm only joking, y'all. I'm only joking. All right. But anyway, we hear you brothers every day. When brothers like Taj come on, I want to give them the respect to come on and teach, man. We hear us all the time. That's all it is. I didn't want nobody to debate with him. I just wanted him to get his information out. You don't have to agree with it. I just wanted him to speak because this is the night of the Aborigines. I'm showing love to my Aboriginal brothers and sisters. This is really their show, brother. That's all I'm saying.
All right, let me make
being that I found that I have some Aboriginal blood in me, I'm showing love to my people, brother. You can get mad all you want, but I'm showing love to my people, man. And so, with that, let me go on over to Brother Reggie, man, and then I go to Rob Bond.
No, Reggie can't cut me off. I got cut off by the one sister.
That is true. You're right. Go ahead, Go ahead, you're right, Bobby Banger. Go ahead.
So,
Bobby Banger.
First of
Fit me in here somewhere, Saw, please.
Say that again.
Fit me in somewhere, please.
Who's that, Sacred?
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you get in. Come on, It's one mic, y'all.
15 years ago, we was not prepared to deal with everything that the Hajj just said.
That's right.
Now we understand the level of anti-intellectualism. We understand the level of anti-science. We get it now. So at the end of the day, the thing that makes the guy not be right is that he made a crucial statement, ladies and gentlemen. He claimed that there's a whole separate humanity that came from North America. Right there, you cannot have a conversation with the level. That means you're discounted out of the whole conversation. So I'm gonna let it go right there. So if there's people on this panel right now that actually think there's a whole separate humanity that started in North America, you are officially blotted out of the conversation for those who seek the level. What is the level? The level is the foundation of science and technology, which is the foundation of all culture and all civilization. So I'm done with that. A whole new separate humanities. That's bananas.
All right. I didn't bring Taj on here. Listen.
We ain't indoctrinated like you.
Hold on, everybody chill till I call you.
No, this is
Chill, chill. No response, brother. You don't need to respond. What I'm saying is, I didn't bring Taj on for people to discredit and break down and go in on him. He's not here to defend himself. I would speak to him on the phone to see if I could get have him debate Rob Vaughn. That would be fire. Have him to have a nice debate with Rob Vaughn. That would be smoking if I could get that. If I could pull that off,
do that.
Man, I'm gonna talk to him behind the scene about that one
right now.
And so let me go to Sacred. Sacred, go ahead, sister.
Peace and blessings to everyone on the panel. Peace and blessings to everyone in the chat. So I just wanted to give my input on this topic. I've done both my DNA and gene. What's the word? My tree, my family tree.
My tree.
So
Mic check.
I just don't understand why people will take like what everyone else has been saying. Oh wow.
Yes,
Okay, yeah. My genealogy. How do you say the word? Someone help me with the word. Genealogy. There we go. Genealogy. All right. I have a grandfather. I think he's like my fifth grandfather.
Oh, shit.
His name was Fox Glass.
Okay.
This is, documentation. He is part Cherokee. His father was full-blown Cherokee. He had an Indian name, so to speak.
Full-blown.
When I say Indian, because they didn't consider themselves Indian. That's a term made up by the white man, the colonizer. But I have that blood, the Cherokee blood, but I also have something called Cherokee freedmen, which means that the African was slaves to Cherokee. My people were slaves to Cherokee. So I have both Cherokee blood and I also have Cherokee freedman blood, where the African were slaves to Cherokee. And doing the family tree, it looks like the Cherokee, they intermix. Okay? One of our slave masters was half white and half Cherokee. And he took on those traits as a colonizer. So we were enslaved by Cherokees. But my DNA, right? When I do let me slow down. I'm all over the place, excuse me. So when I do my family tree, when I find my grandmother, her family comes from Virginia. They're all in Virginia. Virginia is where the first African slaves were. The first African slaves, right? And when you go and you do your research on, well, okay, where did they get them from? Where did these Africans come from? They came from Angola. Okay, that's central and West Africa. Angola.
All right, I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes apiece. We got a lot of people up here.
All right, so now, right, you got these
everybody
people saying, "Oh, I don't
about
believe in DNA."
Ancestry.
Okay, I just did my family tree, and then my DNA comes back saying that I'm 17% Angolia, Cameroon.
Yep.
So it coincides with my family tree.
Yep.
Okay, so when you try to discredit DNA, that's lame to me. And if you really need a site, I would encourage you to go to African Ancestry, which is Black owned, and they have the largest and most comprehensive database for African lineage
Africanism,
available.
Science.
Okay. I didn't go through African Ancestry. I went through ancestry.com, but I'll do African Ancestry as well. One last thing I want to say about this idea of, we were always here in America. Well, there's if you want to take the time, you can go check on YouTube The Journey of Man, a genetic odyssey, where they
Spencer Wells.
They follow the migration from people who left out of Africa, and they found their genetics in all these places throughout the world. And also, let's not forget about the Eve gene. And I land there.
Damn, man. Salam, the pseudo Muslim man, he said DNA is 99%. Yo, okay, my bad. Okay, he ain't pseudo.
Yo, brother, sorry, I just got one important question I gotta ask somebody, and I'm jumping off of it.
All right, go ahead. One question. Go ahead.
Yep, that's it.
I want to bring on
Sister Bethany. Are you there?
I sure am.
Oh boy, she lose her voice by the night.
How you doing? You did a live the other day, and you said that you did my genealogy, and you know that I'm not African. Can you please tell me who my parents are and what their names are?
No, I will not do that.
I want you to. I'm giving you permission to tell people.
You that I'm not doing that, but what I will do is I'll meet you and I'll send you a link to come into Zoom, and I'll show you there.
I think that
you don't remember when you gave me your information.
I never gave you my information.
I never Top Cat's channel.
I never gave you my information.
Okay.
Ever.
So
all I did on Top Cats is
all right. Let me tell you this. I'm gonna send you a link to come and meet me in Zoom, and I'm gonna pull up your tree because you gave me your information when I was arguing with you on Top Cat's channel. Remember you said?
No. Okay, this is real simple, sister. Tell me the last name. No, tell me. I'm giving you permission to tell me the last name of my parents.
Let me tell you why.
Tell me the last name of my parents.
No, let me tell you why.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought.
No.
You're a scam artist. You can't. You don't know my family name. You are on a public platform.
Or are you going to keep speaking over me? I own a genealogy company, and that's not how I do business. I can be sued. I will bring you.
I'm not going to sue you.
He's giving you permission.
I will bring you in Zoom.
I know I said I wanted to ask for a question, but could you just mute up for 1 second? I just got one thing to say, brother.
No, I'm
not going to disrespect her, bro. I'm not.
I will give you access to your tree. And
no, you don't have my tree. You don't have my tree. You a liar.
Stop. Everybody stop. Sister, let Rabon speak. Go ahead, Rabon.
Yeah, I'm done now. What these people be doing is taking people's last names and claiming they doing their genealogy. I gave this woman permission. She was on a public platform. She said she did my genealogy and Reggie genealogy. And those two people are the main people who teach that the majority of people of African descent. It should be no problem for you because I showed my genealogy on my channel. It's on my channel. I showed you. I show my shit. I show my great grandmothers, my shit going all the way back to the 1750s now. And I show the people calling themselves African and checking the box African when they have to check the box that they are Indian. So you are lying. You don't have my genealogy. This is a scam artist, and you a scam artist, and I'm done.
Peace.
You know me. I'm a scam artist. You know me.
Yeah, scratch that from the record. Let that last comment from Rabon be scratched from the record, family. Let me move on. Let me move on to Dulcinea. Dulcinea.
I was cut off.
Like 2 minutes.
Reggie, they don't speak.
Reggie can go. You can go.
No, you can go, Dulcinea. Reggie will go next because Reggie long-winded. So yeah, Reggie got next.
Look, Reggie is definitely long-winded. That is true. Well, peace. I did want to say I didn't hear anything about Taj Tariq Bey saying that humanity started in the Americas. I think he said and he made it clear that we're Africans because the Americas was African as well. And I did hear Brother Reggie say that Ibn Sardama said, and they came before Columbus, that he just said that it was a part of the Mali Empire, and before Mansa Musa, which he was talking about Abu Bakr II, who had fleets that came over to America. But we know that Ibn Sardama said that there was connections.
Please don't do that. Don't control my panel, y'all. Come on, man.
Said there was connections between the Americans and the Kemet, and he talked about how they did the excavations of different tombstones and different things where they were able to find things like South American cocaine and different actual just materials, things that were only native to the Americas. So it showed that trading was happening amongst Kemet and the Americas at the time. What I always think is a little funny when I hear people, make this argument where they're either or is usually they have neither culture. And then they're just saying, oh, we're either or. But if you look at the cultures, we can see that they're connected because we can see the languages from different ancient American civilizations connect with West African cultures. We can see that different West African cultural ritual dance and spirituality is connected between the Americas. And we know that, there's mound pyramids and the pyramids that are connected between here in the Americas. So I'm not understanding, one, why it's either or, like we're either African or American, especially when the Europeans know that they're heavily mixtured. They don't deny, their part. They'll say, I'm Scottish, I'm Irish, I'm this, they'll celebrate their Irish history on March 17th, drinking beer, and then they'll turn around and say, I'm Scottish and wear kilts, and they have no problem unifying that. I see all other cultures as well. I just use them as an example, as well as I don't understand why we can admit that Asiatics walked down or migrated to the Americas, but we want to say that Africans didn't. So are we saying that Africans didn't have the advancement that Asiatics did as far as to migrate to the Americas?
No, I'm saying them motherfuckers is already here.
And that's a question for anybody. I'm curious.
All right. Did anybody want to answer that? Reggie?
Well, I did answer it, Sonetta. I said that there's the journey of man, a genetic odyssey. It shows and proves that the Africans migrated.
I don't even know why this
and they find it scientifically through the genetics. They find it in Asia, the Asiatic black man. They find it in the Americas.
Only
they find
became
it in
a question
all over the world.
When the Wobbles needed to be from America. That's the only way.
I would answer it in a different way. And
this is ridiculous.
To you, Dulcinea.
And I also like to answer after, if you don't mind.
Fine, but thank you. I've been waiting. So the first thing is we have to look at evolution, and we have to look at where humanity started. That was in Africa, right? So, the Africans started the human journey.
They don't agree with
I think that anybody who studies science
that
knows
that is from,
and anybody who wants to use science to misuse science is pseudo. So so that answers that question. So the other question, the other thing that I want to do is I want to show you. I talked earlier, since I'm so long-winded. I said there are 4 carriers of this. There is the sister who wrote the book on We Are the Ancient Ones, and Empress Turner Bay, right? There is before her Noble Drew Ali, and then there's Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, and then there's Dane Calloway. So now what I want to show what is problematic. So Taj Tariq Bey, this is what Taj Tariq Bey takes from the Circle 7 Quran, and many people do this. So let's look at this. Let's look at the Circle 7 Quran. The inhabitants of Africa, and let's get on the bus and let's say that this is true. This is true, or what people believe that is true. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. The inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. Right? I'm going to go over here to Dominion. Oh, his father Ham and the family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of a Mexican. The first two in divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands,
they should be flooding Sonetta right now.
Right? The Moabites from the land of Moabite who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa.
Send out your
they
little
were the
signal.
Founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Their dominion inhabitants, this is the last time I'm going to read the last line. The dominion and habitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Atlantis, even onto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and Atlantis.
Bro came on here and said, "Why y'all not talking to Shinnecock?
Caused the great Atlantis."
You know what I mean? Why y'all not talking?
I don't.
To the tribes around
Prophet
here.
Noble Drew Ali, as he is called.
Why y'all not talking to Turtle Gang?
He wrote this in a different Now we have science. But then we have groups of people using this as a basis
for the show. That's why I ain't fucking with these niggas.
Points that they are creating different than the Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
I don't even want to explain this shit to these niggas.
So these four people, and the Empress Turner Bay, she agrees in large with this. But at no point does any of this say how the people in fact migrated, and prove the fact that we are from Canaan, and then old man Cush was the first inhabitant of Africa. What this is, you know what this is? This is taking the African story out of history. I'll land my plane right there.
Okay, real quick. I'm going to play a real quick clip. And this is when one of the members from Kool and the Gang, I forgot his name. It'll come back to me. He hit me up. He called me. He said, "Brother Sa, I got a song for you." And I was blown away. And I want to play it. It's on Reggie's classic Showdown on 125.
Can I do my 2-minute closing after?
Yes.
Yes, he wants a 2-minute closing. What is this nigga doing?
Oh, yeah. That's his name.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to Sonetta Studios.
So went to the highlight, flashback. And man,
Sonetta TV 7. Keep it hot 24/7. Sonetta TV 2. Yeah.
You are now inside Sonetta Studios, the House of Consciousness production.
Look.
Black news presentation.
Yeah. That's when the shit was. That was like the end of the run.
I understand that. I gotta say this because I don't know if you saw my post. I said one thing I may argue with Sonetta, but he do get it in. I did say that, and I text you on there.
So me and Safi did a video after
too far, but I said I had to commend you, dude, for doing that.
Thank you for coming by, my brother. Thank you for bringing the brother by. It's a pleasure to see my brother. He's been at the Sonetta Studios. You know what I'm saying? Talk to the people about what's going on. What you up to, brother?
Well, basically, let's look at it like this.
Let's look at it like this.
The Pope is ending.
Dr. Reggie, he respected. He got mad love for you.
Right,
Reggie just can't wait.
You already know why the Pope's ending the doctrine of discovery, and with the ending of the doctrine of discovery, he's also exposing COINTELPRO operatives amongst us who've been working with them all these years.
Reggie about
and that's really
shit.
The truth.
Talk to us about the thing that's going on in where? Spain or
Reggie.
Paris. Talk to us about that. What's going on with the Paris situation? And how do that affect us, if it do?
Well, everything affects us because the Inquisition operations that has been working on the planet, what is actually happening is that France, being one of the major colonial powers that has been occupying and raping Africa, by them doing that, they've destabilized Africa and what they call the Middle East, etc., Asia Minor. And so what's happening is that people are coming back up there and saying, "Give us some of our shit back." That's really what they're saying.
That's what they're really saying.
Brother Sabir Bey,
really.
What's going on, brother? I've been watching you all over the internet. You bringing in people. You doing this work, brother, on your radio show as well. What's new for Sabir Bey coming up this new year coming up, brother?
Just the show. We actually got a documentary coming out. We got a documentary coming out called Out of Darkness. I don't know if you saw. Oh, it's gonna be off the hook. We just did a couple premieres.
What's that about?
It's about hip hop, about the Moor.
Hey, yo, do y'all see Reggie? I gotta back Reggie up. Reggie keep coming forward like he want the smoke for real, boy. Reggie want that smoke.
Listen, Africa, you got Umar Johnson, Tim Wise, Anthony Browder, Atlantis Browder, Taj, myself, James Smalls, Booker T. Everybody's in there, dude. It's like all-star cast. And I'm gonna tell you, if anybody saw Hidden Colors, everybody, we did reviews, and everybody who saw Out of Darkness, they love it, dude. They like that. That's ask Kaba about it. Kaba says it deserves an award. So
okay, so you brothers know, and Elder Tariq Bey, you're an elder, so I don't even right. So Reggie, I don't even
just don't know how to move.
You know, I have a lot of respect for your work, right?
No, you don't.
For the younger Moors, right? We're working on a debate to deal with the Empire of Morocco and what they believe they know or what is real.
They learned it from him.
I'm following Sarnetta, right?
Yep.
I feel, Brother Sabir, that the Moroccan Empire, right, is key and crucial, right, to the transatlantic slave trade. And that if there was no Morocco, right, there would not have been a transatlantic slave trade.
Damn, he said that?
First slavery came from us. We held Europeans in slavery. You got to know the real history. Slavery comes from Slovakian.
He dove right into
one of the things that you find problematic with our people, when they go into their history, they want to take the good and ignore the negative.
Taj was on his
we got a lot of work to do.
He dove right into that shit.
Held them to slavery first.
That's some presidential shit.
But did we also,
he did not answer that question.
Morocco, as Moroccans, right? As Morocco, well, I'm talking about the Morocco.
Yeah, he's not gonna let him get away.
I'm talking about
the kingdom. He's not gonna let him get away.
That kingdom of Morocco.
See, look.
I am saying that kingdom of Morocco broke the codes and first began enslaving Africans.
Okay, let me say this real quick, and I say this on my show.
Y'all could see Rob Bourne over there. Rob Bourne was scared because he was fresh meat. He was just coming out there. Rob Bourne was a little afraid. Now he almighty now. He's the Grandmaster Scholar now. But he was right there in Taj's face, and he ain't open his lips.
Yo, look at the 21st century. It's nothing different than we did back then. We're selling each other out here right now to this day. I don't care if it's from a job, we're shooting, we're killing each other. It's the same thing happened back then. You can't blame everybody for what few have done. You follow me? So when we say, well, we was involved in slavery, we always involved in slavery. We still deal with slavery to this day. It's factual. That's all I'm saying.
Brother Sabir, all we're saying is, and we're not being defensive, can we talk about exactly what happened? Right, without generalizing and saying we all was participating in this.
I can't say that because I was not there. I wasn't there, right? But I'm here. When I got shot.
That's why I love Reggie, man. Reggie to me is one of my top interviewers, man. He know how to come in, when to come in, and put you on the spot, boy. I love my brother Reggie. That's why I be like, bro, you got to come out and do these interviews with me, man.
5 times it was a brother looked like you and I.
That's correct.
So what I'm saying to you is, let's look at today, because we were not back there, so we can give our opinions and our beliefs on it. But is it factual? The fact of the matter is that we're doing it today. Let's fix today. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. I don't know what happened back then. Like Todd just said, if we take the good and the bad,
Reggie and them be wanting to point fingers.
Europeans first too, but we also did. I agree. We did enslave each other. But the Moors is not just Morocco. It's Senegal, Mali, all that. They were all.
Did y'all just peep that move that Rob Bourne did? Rob Bourne came around because he's sizing up Taj Tariq Bey. He just sized him up. Look at him. I'm gonna rewind it back a little bit. You're gonna see how Rob Bourne easily move around. Look at Taj up and down. He's sizing him up to see when can I come in or how can I do this. Check it out.
Like Todd just said, if we take the good and the bad, we enslaved Europeans first too, but we also did. I agree, we did enslave each other. We did, but the Moors is not just Morocco. It's Senegal, Mali, all that. They were all still Moors. It didn't matter. So no matter where you were at,
they're all Africans. You know what? The other interesting thing that I find with people in the name of scholarship. Yes. I'm saying that exactly. Looked at Moors as if it's some little club over here.
Yeah, that's what they think.
Everybody of Asiatic African descent are Moors, period.
That's it,
including
period.
Europeans who are amalgamated Moors.
Period.
Which indicates these people don't know their history.
Yeah.
And we keep trying to go into history with this self-righteousness that does not exist with us. You know what I mean? We did great things and we did terrible things, which is why we're in the condition we're in today.
Elder Taj Tariq Bey, were the Umayyads, the Arab invaders, were they Moors?
Yes, they're amalgamated. Everyone is amalgamated. When you look at the world, if you talk to people who really know human history, including Europeans, they will tell you the whole human family came from the African woman, the great Moabitess.
Yes.
And for us to keep pretending that, that the different nation states of people are totally different is totally corrupted.
And you're saying that all of these people...
I'm just noting genetic facts.
I don't know what is
really
even being
I
discussed
don't
at
deal
this
with
point.
belief systems too much. Most people that come with this stuff usually express a lot of their emotions, their opinions, but upon examination, they have limited scholarship.
Okay.
They really, and so what you find is people are always debating instead of presenting facts. Meaning that if I ask this brother here, how much is 2 and 2, good brother? Sis, how much is 2 and 2? If you ask a Chinese how much is 2 and 2, what's he most likely going to say? Even if it needs interpretation. So it is with the human family on the planet.
That's all it is.
Now, is that enough for us to address and fix what's happening today if we don't have an accurate understanding of what actually happened in history? Because there are a lot of people generalizing.
This is the problem. If you don't know the past, if you don't acknowledge the past and the flaws, because we keep trying to play this self-righteous stuff. If you pay attention to our people, as soon as they get into this so-called fake spirituality, they're always trying to play self-righteous like they know God, Jesus, Allah, nobody else does type things. You understand? All you got to do is look at what we have done to our own children with our BS and our fake Afrocentricity and our fake...
Nothing. Ain't said nothing.
Yeah, this was a while ago, y'all.
Okay, I know y'all see it by now. I just want you to let that marinate. This is going to be one of the baddest.
Y'all still got these people on here, bro.
Irritated
information about the gender. Sarah Suit taking on the irritated genie. All right, this is not no fluke. This is going to be a powerful battle
we got
for the
story
minds
about that.
and
My man was
for the
wrapped
black
up
youth
in all
and the black
whole
people
little
that's out there. Now check this out, family.
conscious
Look at
community
the topic.
beefs. Back in 2015, there was a beef going on.
A destructive force
beefing with
in
another
the black community.
community.
What are the issues
Maybe I have my man
facing
come on
African people in the 21st century? Tell me that's not a powerful topic. We need these brothers to go in hard body on this one. All right? Now, that is July the 12th. Make sure you get your tickets now. Don't wait till the last goddamn minute, family. You know how we do. We're going to have this right at the National Black
That was
Day.
a big year,
The showdown of
2015.
all showdowns.
I think that was when
Right? So, have your ass in the building. Peace
that's
out.
when the whole ABBA movement was being born.
See, y'all know, I'm the first one that bought the bombs on the channel. Everybody doing it now. I am the trendsetter. Make no mistake about that.
That's a typical
Can I do my 2-minute closure
radio.
so I can get off your panel?
What you don't structure, I'm gonna help.
All right,
Excuse me, Charles. We just had an actual conversation, right? This guy is still talking about black.
Oh, that's fine. No,
but talk to him about that black thing.
No, fine. Help him out. Let me school. Let me school you. Sanetta, Yes. This is very interesting and a great opportunity because what I'm telling you is what Il Malik found out. What I'm telling you is what John found out. What I'm telling you is what Wallace found out. What I'm telling you is what Khalid found out, and why all of them were ostracized by certain people who should have been loved. Do you understand?
Go ahead, let me finish that first. You're throwing too much. I'm trying to listen to him, man. Shut up, man.
Now listen.
Y'all bugging. Y'all keep cutting in.
I will qualify
take at a time.
Yeah, you was over there. You want to come up?
When people contest, they're looking at opposites rather than just looking at information. So I'm saying to you, I'm not opposing your position. So I'm qualifying that.
This is when Unc was a little shy. Unc was scared as well. So, you know, Unc was just coming into his own. He's feeling his oaks now, and he wants to really try to challenge Taj now. You know, so Taj been doing this for a long time, man.
Already. And I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I'm qualifying that again. I'm telling you you have misunderstanding of the language. And I'm going to qualify what I'm saying while I'm saying it. But I'm also going to qualify these are things that must be comprehended and can be easily proven. Are we clear? I'm not going to make anything complex. Are we clear? Go for it. Now, what all of our people need to understand around the world is that everything.
All right, let me go. I'm going to get back to that. And I just wanted to play that. Go ahead, sister. I'm going to let you go in. I'll play that another time.
Okay.
Yes,
all right, cool.
Thank you, Say Natter.
Yes.
Say Natter.
Great video, too.
Say Natter.
First, I want to clarify the gentleman that came on the panel, Rob Bourne. But first, I'm very open about who I am. I've been working for the federal government now 37 years, and I still work there. I will retire, thank God, in 5 years. Secondly, I am a genealogist, and I'm certified. I have 3 master's degrees.
Oh, shit. 2
from UConn. I'm an MSW, and I'm also a state certified paralegal specialist. I have a degree in legal studies, and I have a degree in criminal justice from UConn and University of Harvard. I do not deceive people. I have people that believe in me, and I have people that trust me. We have a tribe. We are headquartered out of Florida. Our land that we have is 15 acres in Ohio, South Carolina. You can look it up in the land records. Look for the Wyatt tribe. We are in great standing in the state of Florida, and we're also in good standing with the IRS. Okay?
Damn.
I do genealogy.
All they fucking
I met Rob Bourne 2.5 years ago on Top Cat's channel. And after we did that segment, because they beat him so bad at a debate, he sent me an email and asked me to do his genealogy. Perhaps he doesn't remember. Being a certified genealogist, I can't show his stuff. I'm not, because I know how he rolls as an individual.
Bro,
on YouTube.
They are crashing and, then he filed a burning.
Against me. But what I will do is give him access to his tree, and then he can show you. Rob Bourne is lying. I don't lie to people. I don't have. I'm 56 years old. I don't have time for that. I'm honest.
You making
I'm not in
for
no legal trouble. If I was a scam or a fraud, my ass would be under somebody's
I don't think
jail.
it's a scam. Or I think
like I
said,
stupid. I still work
most
for
of
the
them
federal
are stupid.
government, and I have access to a lot of documents. So I know who I am. As far as the outer Africa theory, I don't believe in it. I have research skills. I understand how the government operates. Therefore, I will never believe their science and their theories, because all it is a theory. And it's made up by racist eugenics. And at the end of the day, they out of Africa theory, they see you as monkeys at the end of the day.
Really?
And I'm going to land there.
Please don't land that motherfucker. Please.
Hold up, sis. Let me ask you. Do you debate? Do you do debates?
Crash that motherfucker.
I don't.
Because I heard you and Lex when you was on Lex channel, and I heard you and Lex banging, going at it, and you was telling him to come on over to your channel.
Yeah,
laying that
Lex and I go back and forth. We're really cool with each other.
Right.
We
okay. So you see my email, right?
In the
It's
back
on the
chat?
screen. No, it's on the screen right in front of you.
It's debate.
Oh, okay.
You see it?
I do. I do.
Hit me with your number so I can have contact with you. I might do a show with you sometime, you know?
I appreciate that, Sonetta. And I just want your audience to understand that I'm harmless. I don't like to see people, and I don't do those kind of things. I would not. I'm an executive
I'm
assistant
harmless
to the state of Connecticut governor. You can look it up.
I'm harmless.
And I don't play around like that. And I just wanted to clear the waves. That's all. But thank you, Sinetta, for having
All right. Thank you, sister.
Sister,
Sacred, you still there? I see you want to talk about something.
I'm still here. Yeah.
Okay. Roll the dice.
I just think that this is my closing statement. A lot of times it's so much easier, it's so much less painful to claim something else rather than being African.
Yeah, son.
When you claim African, that is
debate shit back.
That's something big to carry.
Huh?
Because it comes with a lot of painful history.
What?
So
Claiming African?
People, it just seems like a lot of people, they try to distance themselves away from being African. That's why you see that she wants to blame other people for our identity issues that we have. We've been Afro-American, Negro, colored, Black, African-American, Black American, FBA,
We've been all
ADO,
those
all
things
this
on
stuff.
Word documents.
And you know,
What
that's
were
a
you
part
inside
of
your mother,
what happened to us
family?
and during slavery times when they took
Motherfuckers ain't
mother
learned that they
away
got
from
they
child away
identity
from mother,
changed
put mother
7
in
times
this master's
until
household,
recently.
put child in
What did y'all
another
call each
master's
other? Start
household,
there.
and we lost our sense of identity, you know? And
no, motherfuckers didn't lose their sense
I just find it very strange that
motherfuckers
people like her, they don't want to do their DNA. They come up with all these excuses. Oh, I don't believe that out of Africa. I don't believe in DNA. She didn't touch about that Eve gene, that mitochondria gene that links us all back to an African woman. She didn't touch on that. But I am proud of who I am. I am still mainly African. After all these years of my family being here, I am still predominantly African. I'm not going to sit here and claim, 2% of Cherokee when I'm predominantly African. What is wrong with that? What is so hard about being African?
I don't know.
Why do people want to distance themselves from it? That's hurtful, and it really makes me angry. And then it just makes me wonder, like, where does she think she gets that hue, that color she has? Where does that come from?
Melanin.
Where does she think that comes from?
Melanin.
It's just, I don't know. It's very confusing. I land there.
She gets it from the.
All right, Dulcinea, look like you ready to say something else?
She gets it from the equator.
Yes,
Melanin.
I'll go ahead and go from here.
Melanin.
I definitely agree with a lot that's being said. I don't agree with everything that's being said. I think what we really need to do is just study and really try to tie everything together. I think that's what's great about Taj Tariq Bey and just all the history and legislation that he gives. They tie us back to the history. But now we can go back even further and just really know who we are. And I am actually taking my DNA test, so I'm not against DNA testing or anything like that. I just think that this argument just becomes trivial when we're going back and forth and saying we're Native Americans, we're Africans, we're this, we're that, or what ancient cultures we align with. I mean, I don't understand why we can't just see that we're one people and then come together and build today, because that's what we really need to do. And as far as
that's simple.
Reteaching our children the right way and how to learn. So what I say as well as I had this conversation with Cube, and he was saying Africans owe us reparations because the ones that sold us or whatever have you. But I think what really needs to happen with Africans today is we come together, we promote our own teams. I don't believe in the monkey theory or out of Africa theory that ties with the monkey either, but I do believe that Homo sapiens are out of Africa, and the homonoid species.
Well, you better be careful, Dulcinea. We got the monkey man in the building.
Oh, I'm not afraid of him. He lost
Understand this
thing.
shit.
He was so after
Where
I
are they
got through with
getting this
him,
monkey
he was so
shit?
tired. He was like, I don't even want to.
You have a common ancestor with a whale too. Don't mean you can't. Whale.
Yes, he got soft. He was all like,
oh man, I gotta call you Q. What the hell?
So, and ask his audience, I beat him with that African debate. But
man,
what they could
stuck
provide
on
for
this
us is
monkey
we can get
shit,
our
yo.
own teams, we can get our
Is
own
niggas scared of
teams,
monkeys?
we can get our own research, and we can start
What is
actually
going on with
breaking
these
down
monkeys?
this history
Why is
ourselves
niggas
and not
fearful of
utilizing
monkeys?
what they tell us as far as our indoctrination. Have you read The
niggas
Evolution by Michael
Nigga,
Cremo?
do not do that.
Dr.
Do not put a monkey face next to a black man. These niggas will lose their mind.
Have you read The Evolution by Michael Kramer, Dr. Reggie? She asks.
Man, Reggie, if you don't get this.
No.
Okay, I'll get back to you. That's it. Sister, you finished?
Yes, I'm finished. Peace.
Okay, Reggie, I'm gonna come right back to you. But before I do that, let me pay a couple of bills real quick, man.
You pay them bills.
You want to make money online?
You want to make money
that
online?
Means you're going to need a website. Go to kingtutoring.org business services.
Damn.
There, you'll be
go to this website
from your
so
clients.
You can pay me to go to a website.
Let us help
make you a website.
KingTutoring.org. We got him in the building tonight. We're going to hear from this brother. And we're going to talk about what's going on with this business service real quick.
What is I need a website that draws people to my website. Oh man, get the brother Reggie. Always uncomfortable.
All right, without any further ado, let me bring on my brother King Tutoring real quick. Let's see what's going on. Help us out. My brother, peace to you. You still there?
King.
Bless, respect. Thank you, Sinetta.
Yes, sir. Talk to us a little bit about this business service you got going on. What is this really all about,
bro?
Well, really, first of all, I want to say thank you to you.
You're welcome. Thank you. I want to thank you to you for supporting me as I support you. We support each other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And that's the main reason why I'm here. I provide a platform for people that's trying to get started with their business, need a place to advertise their product, need a platform to show if they need to find jobs, get jobs. It's just a platform to get noticed, to make sales. I call it a strip mall in space.
Strip mall. Okay. On for this nigga.
Basically, I can say by dealing with you, I've had 255 people just within your show go to my website, sign up. I have about 4 new companies that signed up.
I'm definitely gonna sign up.
Anything that you choose on my platform, it's free for the first 30 days. So you can pick any package that you like. And then you're able to advertise and promote whatever product you do sell, or real estate. It's pretty vast. And whatever it is, it gets you 30 days. It's not going to charge you anything until after the 30-day trial. Then you'll pick the package you want to pay for.
That's great. That's great, family.
So that's all. I'm just here promoting business. Thank you for allowing my logo, my brand to be seen during your show. That's why I just got on your panel. It was really just for advertisement, and it's been beneficial tonight. And once again, I just want to say thank you, Sinetta, for everything.
All right, my brother. Thank you. Dr. Reggie, close us out, man. Close us out, brother. I'm going to give you, Reggie,
shut it
for the first time, and they'll close out unlimited. So I'm sitting here. I'll probably wait for a good 20 minutes for you to close this thing out.
You got all night, Reggie. Just go.
Well, I am glad to be on this panel with Brother Sinetta and the work that he does, and you can see it in the streets. No one does it better. No one's ever done it like Brother Sinetta, and I'm happy to have engaged
that's probably the truth.
Many notable people on the streets with Brother Sinetta in the work that we do, and we'll probably be out there again talking to the people.
I'm going to come out
we do on these shows is deal with these concepts, and we bring in a lot of people with a lot of ideas. But at the end of the day, it's what science says. Anybody who wants to use part of what Europeans say because they control the archaeology and the primary research, and they want to go with some of it and don't go with all of it. The question is, do the people that's researching even have the skill set to actually do it, to agree or disagree? So we know that most people do not, and most people do not have education, and most people not pass tests. They have ideas. This Sonetta is going to be a great show and a great topic. It has legs. But one thing that you will find is that everybody who comes on saying that they are abos, right? Aboriginal, they all have different ideas. And when you have all different ideas, there's no unity.
None.
Right? And so I gave the 4 groups of people the Empress Turner Bay. I gave Noble Drew Ali. I gave the Ivan Van Sertima.
But they're not the leaders of the Abos, bro.
I didn't talk a little bit, but I mentioned Dane Calloway. That is the new Abo movement.
He's a pseudo leader. He's not a hands-on leader.
Nobody was saying that they was really Abos. They was trying to identify with Black folks.
No, they're
because they had to,
American
or white folks. And those people that identified with the Native Americans tried to go to the reservations, but many of them were kicked out. So here goes, this is the battlefield.
What is he talking
right?
about?
This is the toughest environment on the world, right here.
What are you talking
Black
about?
News 102 Sonetta Studios. I don't think I have anything else to say.
It's just a station that
bring
people
your
can babble on.
ideas. Just have a tough ass skin when you come on. Because we talk to everybody. Have nothing else to say, Brother Sonetta.
All right, damn, Reggie, I'm giving you unlimited closing, and you close out like this.
That's the fuck.
Yeah, because you know what, we have a lot of content. But if you really want to know about the Abo situation, you have to deal with science. Again, so if you're not dealing with what they call the Paleo Indians, right? If you're not, in fact, dealing with the Paleo Indians and then having some other
to deal
type
with their
of
grandmother.
How can the But at the end
Can't
of the day,
deal with the
what does all
grandmother
of
because
that
it's the
do to
grandmother.
us,
If you
for
say something against
us?
the grandmother,
Does it give us power?
it's personal.
It doesn't give you
And we
any
don't have to
power.
talk
What they're
about
trying to
anything
do is
other than
take
personal
us
shit.
way back when we had no rights. The Native Americans.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold on. Hey, yo, legendary Top Cat, do you have the same number, brother? I called you. I called you first. Before I even started the show, you already know I called you, brother. I called you. You ain't pick up.
Yeah, you ain't pick up.
So now you're saying, Saul, let me and King Los on. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat, brother. It's at the top.
About to let.
It's at the top.
Yeah,
so yes, legendary Top Cat. If you got the same number or not, you got to hit me up. You got my phone number, brother. So that
there you go.
I can have your number.
So ultimately,
don't close out yet. Come on in then. Come on in, legendary.
Go. Here's the 11 domains that I'm interested in. Black Aboriginal people in America developed separately
About
from
to
all
jump
other
on
humans.
Reggie's ass.
So those who call themselves Black Aboriginal people in America, many of them say they developed separately from all other humans.
They did.
Two, Black Aboriginal
From one
peoples in America,
specific place
they
all
say
over
that
North
they was
America.
first
Just
in the
one place.
Americas, and they
Somewhere all
are the
over North
original
America.
people. So that pushes out
Bunch of
the
different people. One
Paleo
place all over
Indian
North
and
America.
across the Bering Strait. Three, humans did not develop from primates. That's a big issue with people who don't deal with science.
They can't
Four,
comprehend that.
evolution itself is a fake science. From people who couldn't graduate from a basic biology course. 5, the continents were united when humans were created.
They need a
The
California.
continents were
They need a cat
united when
test.
humans existed.
They need
Black
an aptitude
Aboriginal
test.
peoples were the original builders of all that is great in the Americas before the European came. Having nothing to do, pushing out the the other Native American groups or Aboriginal groups. Black Aboriginal people are the true people, and are the paleo people. Okay, say Black Aboriginal people are the true peoples, right? Not the paleo Aboriginal peoples.
Hold up for a minute, Reggie. Big Chief, you there?
No.
Unmute yourself.
He probably gonna have a marching band.
Good. Black people in Americas are not African descendants, but descendants.
Big Chief, are you there? Unmute yourself, Big Chief.
Mic check. Yeah, I'm here.
All right, this is what I want to say real quick. Hey, Big Chief, I'm about to close out. I've been up here for like 2+ hours. If you would love to do a show tomorrow, I could get you your show tomorrow if you want that.
All right, yeah. You guys got to give me a time so I can be ready.
You give me a time.
Anytime after probably like 6 p.m. your time, like 7 p.m.
Do you still have the same number, bro? Because I called both of the numbers.
Yeah, I got both of my numbers still. Yeah, but
you ain't see me call you?
I was in the restaurant. I was at Benny Hunter. So.
Okay, I got you. So you got my number. The last 4, 8443, brother.
Yeah, I got your number.
All right, my man. So yeah, Top Cat, I'm getting ready to close out. I ain't want to be up here for nothing, bro.
Question, Reggie. So are you saying that people in Americas, everybody in America, if they don't have Indian blood, have to have intermixture with Africans?
No.
Okay, so you do believe that there are indigenous people who are melanated to the Americas with no connection to Africa?
Of course. But they became melanated because of their close proximity to the equator.
Hey, Reggie, be careful. This guy Top Cat is strong, brother. When it comes to what he represent, man, be careful, Reggie.
I know, but luckily we have Rob on. So
yeah.
So I didn't disagree. But people, melanin in humans have a lot to do with vitamin D. It has a lot to do with the closeness of they are in the equator, and then it also has something to do with admixture of different groups of people.
Okay, so let me ask you this: what's your argument against the American Indian Aboriginal paradigm?
Well, here's the thing. Some people, Brother Top Cat, they don't call themselves American Indians. They just call themselves Black Aboriginals.
Correct.
So the confusion is not with me. The confusion is with your groups. We speak to so many different people. So, when I'm speaking to Top Cat, I have to put on another hat. I don't have I don't have some people just don't like the word Indian, right? Okay. So I don't have that problem.
Okay, as an American Indian, what's your spice against the people that are melanated in America that claim the American Indian paradigm?
My issue is that they claim it exclusively as if they were not admixed with the large populations of Africans coming into.
If their grandma said they wasn't mixed, they wasn't mixed,
Americas
bro.
Through the slave trade. Do you believe in the African slave trade? I think you do.
I believe that the slave trade happened, but I do have a problem with you saying lowest population. I mean, you have to define lowest population because it's on record that we got the least amount of slaves from Africa here in North America. So yeah, I don't know what large amount you mean.
Oh, there's 2 hemispheres. So
North America.
Outside of Africa, Brazil is the largest population of Africans outside of Africa. So that should say something.
Yeah, but what does that say for North America when we're dealing with North America?
So North America had also a very, very large population of Africans in here. And according to the census records of before the Civil War, around the time of the Civil War, Europeans was double the population of African Americans. And then there were, of course, and there was large populations of Native Americans. But the groups that dealt with the the so-called American story
get that shit out
into politics, because the Native Americans were actually pushed out, right? So those groups were blacks and whites, and those groups and the groups of Africans that were here, it is their struggle that created all of the different rights that we actually have. They did.
I mean, now, Reggie, you said that you have a degree in African studies, brother. I hope you didn't get that from. I hope you didn't sit in class and study all them hours, and this is what they gave you, brother.
Oh, don't be facetious, brother. You want to be facetious? Wait, first.
1 second.
You have a degree.
Hold on 1 second. No, sir, brother. 1 second. Hold on, I want to say something to somebody.
Wait, I have a certificate.
Okay, brother.
Number two, wait,
you want to help you if you get in the ring with me.
I worked at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture at the New York Public Library for 5 years, right? Number three, I worked with Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Ben and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. These are not all my ideas. These are things that I was taught in the Department of Black Studies.
Well, I'm saying they taught you wrong. Hold on 1 second, brother Reggie.
Hold on, Reggie. Hold up, Reggie. Why do you allow people to get you like that? You good,
Reggie. A long time.
You be watching, Reggie, and they know how to get to you, bro.
Hey, hold on 1 second. Hey, Sarnetta, you know King Lowe's, right?
Who?
King Lowe's.
Of course, that's my man.
King Lowe's, you ought to get him on. You know, he tapped into the American Indian paradigm.
Okay, so he'll come on with you tomorrow. I think I still got King Lowe's number.
I seen him in the chat. So yeah, that'll be good. Lowe's can come up and break it down too.
Yeah, let me see it. I got his number. I'll call him up.
Paradigm and tapped into his family. And so we're not getting the African stories at home, Reggie. What you think about that? Never in the history of America.
Yeah, I still got his number. I'm gonna call him right now. Let him know.
When you come back on, bro, when you come back on, you present, the first thing I want to see is your genealogy. I want to see somebody.
Who are you to demand something, Reggie?
Besides Big Mama, then told you.
Why can't you just have a conversation with him to see
okay. I'm a little different, brother Reggie. I don't have to take you way back. My family's still alive. Who taught me this history?
Yo, King Los, if you're still in if you're still in there, that's me calling you, brother.
That's what it is.
That's me calling you. The last number ending in 1004.
You say, wait, hold up.
Yeah, I'm a little different.
Family that's still alive is also because of your age. I'm 58 years old, right? So my grandparents are no longer here because of age.
Right? Hold on, Reggie. Hold on. King Los, what's up, brother?
Yo, what up, sir?
Yo, I'm getting ready to go, but if you would love to come in with Big Chief tomorrow, we can do that. We can do that show tomorrow.
Yeah, what up, Reggie? Peace.
Hey, peace to you, King.
What time are you good for, brother Los?
Man, I got some things lined up
tomorrow. I'm gonna work around you, man. Let me know. I'm gonna work with you.
I got some things lined up.
So what is best for you? Friday?
Tomorrow's Friday.
Oh shit! Tomorrow is
Friday. Tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Tomorrow is Friday. Yeah.
So what I want to do is, I want to set up a debate. With my guys versus your guys. I'm gonna bring in Big Chief and some of the heavy hitters. I mean, it could be a debate or it could be a build. But I think there's a lot to be learned, man. Honestly,
I would say a build right now, and then if it turns into being a debate, we could set up one.
It's going to turn into that because it's going to be.
What about you by yourself? Are you good or standing on your own?
I need.
Do you know who Rob Bourne is?
Yeah, I know who Rob Bourne is, but I need my guys though.
You know, Rob Bourne is a heavy hitter, bro.
Yeah, I think all your dudes is heavy hitters. You know, but. I've seen these guys. So I've had the debate on Clubhouse. I seen you kind of merging into Clubhouse.
Yeah.
I've had the debate on Clubhouse. And I had the Hebrews versus the Pan-Africans versus the American Indians.
Yeah, we're not doing none of that.
Moors.
We're not doing none of that. We just had a press release.
Okay.
Wow.
And these American Indians that manhandled everybody that then came in there.
Y'all go debate
the American. Oh wow, okay.
Amongst all y'all.
I tell you what, you still got my number.
You got my number, like a full-fledged American Indian.
Hey, Los, do you got my number?
Yeah, I got your number, Si.
Okay. Hit me up when you think you ready to do it.
Yeah,
we ain't got to do it tomorrow. If you're busy, we ain't got to do it. I'm gonna wait until you get free time, and then we can set this thing up. And so, how many people you counting on bringing in?
I'm gonna talk to Top Cats about it. I'll correspond with you via phone, text message, or call you.
I'll get a team. I got Unk, I got Rob Bond, and of course Reggie.
True historian.
Yeah. Bring them through. It's gonna be. I think it's going. Honestly, I think it's gonna be a beautiful build. There will be points of contention. You know, like any build, we bring in scholarship, but these dudes is sharp, man. Top Cats is one of my favorite.
Yeah, Top Cat strong. Top Cat strong.
We got a couple sisters that ain't no joke. We got a couple sisters that know that genealogy, know that heritage. They got so we got some people, man. You know.
Yeah, I like that. I'm loving the sound of this right here.
Yeah, I know you are.
Yeah,
Hey, but you know what? You know what I want to do?
Talk to people.
I have somebody
that's it.
Like, you know, on the side that I'm gonna start saying, you know what? If you can get through this, brother, then you ready for Sarnetta Studios, the toughest environment to be in, and that is outside the cube, man. He have the most.
Stop it, son.
Okay.
Powerful questions. I'm outside the cube. See, y'all run from outside the cube.
I gave him work already.
These guys ain't no jokes. These, you know, the top cats and the rest of the squad, they ain't no joke, man. Especially when they got their alliance and it's all properly set up, they tough to beat, man, by anybody.
And Kimmy can get it too.
Oh shit!
Hey, look, let me say this here.
I'm not
Shaka, man.
Hey, did you have a discussion with Jabari Top Cat?
Yeah,
this Sarnetta, he got the
he got,
you know, he had a space for all the admirals to come up and talk. Ain't nobody came up and dropped nothing. The only person that dropped was Tekken.
You know what I'm saying? And I was mad because I wanted to get something
on have that conversation.
America versus Kimmich with Shaka, but he ended up losing. Debates. You know what I'm saying? I say he didn't do enough to like wow the crowd, you know. But
maybe you could go with against Captain.
I wouldn't even have the conversation with them anymore.
Tazariak ain't got no W's against us.
We good.
You're not the captain.
Not the captain.
Yeah, I don't want to bring Captain back. Captain been doing a lot of debates.
They don't want to have that real conversation, bro.
When Kemet and Pan-Africanism, y'all got a better chance with that. If we can even debate the outer Africa theory as far as being the origin of life.
He knows who I am. He don't want to have that real conversation. We
scholars, bro. We not just
out of Africa.
Yeah, y'all pushing the day back already, Reggie. Y'all not standing on nothing.
I hear that.
Now in 2023, y'all.
Hey, Topcats, let's do it. Hey, Topcats, let's do it Saturday. Because I don't have stuff on my schedule, bro.
Well, not Saturday. Not Saturday. That's the first game of my New York Knickerbockers, and I'm gonna be at the game. So we running through them.
Hey. So look, let's get a definitive date. Y'all want to do Monday?
The money. That's the culture.
Monday sound good. Monday is real.
That way, everybody could assemble their teams. We could get the prerequisites for what the criteria and what everything going to be, and everything could be professional and really put together, not just some, you know. I think that would be good.
We need to get evolution out the way.
Evolution.
We don't even bang with evolution.
Yeah.
Right?
And then look,
out of Africa.
I mean, you dealing with evolution, man. You know, Morton going back with all of these guys. That was called racist. That was racism, scientific racism. And so
we're not banging. Yeah, we're not banging with that. We're not banging with that.
I was saying mankind.
Why you ready to bang? Why you sitting on side of
say the black man
white
is the
supremacy,
mankind.
Reggie?
Hey, come on. You drive his license and you drive a whip.
Upholding scientific
this all entertainment. This is
I was saying as far as us saying that Africa,
they don't want no real work.
We give reference to Africa being the origin of human life, and that's actually debatable. And there's a lot of things even about Kemet that's debatable. as
we're
far
not talking
as
about Kimmy. Kimmy ain't got nothing to do with
you
this.
better leave Kimmy out because we're embarrassed, Kimmy.
Kimmy ain't got nothing to do with this. How the groups of people that populated Americas, we need to get that. Some Abos believe that they was always here. Some Abos believe that they connected with the Moors, right? And they are Moroccan. I'm Moroccan, right?
Yeah.
See, there's a lot of confusion, and so what the problem is the confusion.
Yeah, we're not rocking with the Moors either. Just to keep it
you're not rocking with the Moors.
No, we ain't rocking with that.
Mental
we already destroyed the Moors.
This is the
So
shit
how come
that goes
y'all was
on.
quiet when Taj Tariq Bey came on here?
We went in here when Taj Tariq Bey.
Taj Tariq Bey was said he just flew through here.
I went in here then.
Hey, bring him when you want to bring when we get it on, because we didn't beat the Moors senseless. The Moors have their inception in Islam. They can't talk nothing, man. We didn't already ran them out of here.
I listen. I agree with that. I mean, and then they ride with Ivan Van Sertima, right? They came before Columbus and stuff. I mean, listen. I mean, when I was in college, he lectured for us many times in the classroom, right? Look. Okay, so y'all don't agree. Okay, so y'all don't agree.
Hold on, Reggie. I want you to be honest real quick, Reggie, because I came on.
Monday, what time? What time, Los? Monday, what time?
I'm
good. I'm good anytime Monday. Whatever works for everybody.
All right. Big Chief, what time Monday is good for you?
We can do it by 7 p.m. my time.
Sound good. What time is that? Where you at?
East Coast,
I'm Central time.
You East Coast or you Central?
No, I'm Central. Unless y'all want to push it back an hour for you, Los, you on the West.
I'm good anytime Monday.
All right.
All right. It's good. It's a go.
Yes, no real
Monday is the go. How many people you got, Los? You got 2 or 3?
What we coming with, Top?
We can come with 3. We don't need with 3.
We'll call Rob Bourne. Make sure Rob Bourne is.
Yeah, please bring Rob Bourne because that base is.
Rob Bourne is our top shooter.
Rob Bourne might be working, man, but yeah, that's a good thing. I'm gonna call Rob Bourne and see what time he get off.
Hey, so remember Rob Bourne ran for me right here on your channel.
It might be put back at 9 o'clock or so. Rob Bourne, he be working a lot, you know.
Right.
All right. So you don't believe in the Moors? That's good.
All right, but for Reggie, that's it. That's it, Reggie. I got to roll. Hey, yo, King Los, good to see you again, my brother. Good to see you, man.
Yeah, I got a battle coming up too, side next month.
Who you got? Who you taking
on? Ill Will. I battle Ill Will next month.
Oh wow! Oh man, where you doing that at?
It's gonna be in Atlanta.
That's not with Smack, right?
No, I did my last joint with Smack, but you ain't. But we was where the fuck was we? We was out here. We wasn't in New York though.
Who you say won that?
I battled DNA. I crushed him.
Oh, what? You killed DNA?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Damn.
Yeah, I crushed him.
Yeah. Damn. I already know you nice with it, so. I'm not surprised, but I'm like DNA.
Yeah, man. You know,
DNA is a beast too, though.
No, he a beast. Shout out to DNA is a beast. You know, they say I got the best of that one.
Oh man, that was good. That's
levels to this, man. That's that American Indian genius, man.
Hey, you know.
Peace, Chief.
Turtle, man. Man.
Yo.
They're doing their best to turn our culture into American culture. That's all they're doing. They're trying to Americanize. I ain't heard a nationality yet. I ain't heard language. I ain't heard nothing.
Now they're creating a whole new lane for themselves.
Creator bless them. Just keep it away from us. Just keep it away from us.
At this point, just because see, they can't really have these conversations with people who are going to hold them accountable. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they ever get to the point where they actually have these debates, they're gonna have to really show them proof a lot of these things. And they're not gonna be able to. But that is to say, you know what I mean?
Keep all this stuff in the and I just break down some legal perspective. So what's going on is they found a way to link up the bands with what they're doing. And if you look at historically, And culturally, what bands are, it's the individuals from the tribes who aren't on good terms with their people anymore. So they're off, away from their people. And they're linking up with other people that aren't with their people. And they're forming a band. And what's crazy is when you look in law, there are chiefs of nations and there are chiefs of tribes, but there's no chief for a band. And when you look at legally the band, it doesn't even have to be all Indians. It can be some Africans too. And this all goes back historically to the whole colonial period when the tribes were still structured somewhat and fighting back against the colonial structures. But certain tribes were getting, decimated or enslaved. So people were breaking off, and, when they're linking up with Africans, they're, just linking up, trying to survive. And I get it and I respect it, but we're not in those times anymore. We don't have to do that anymore. The government's not hunting us down. So I just don't understand why people are still banding up. Well, I do. They can stay in that space and be an expert in that space. As soon as they hop over into traditional culture, you're at the bottom of the totem pole, the term. You got to learn and earn your way up the totem pole. And I had someone tell me one time, we ain't trying to take that long to find out what you learned.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they definitely want to rush to the front of the line, and it seems they feel as though, like I said, they feel like they can complain their way to the top. But let me just say this, right? So I don't know exactly when you got serious about moving in this space and, dedicating your life to this. But I'm sure when you did, you didn't necessarily have a tangible end goal or what you were trying to accomplish. You know what I mean? Could you have imagined the things you've accomplished in that time? Could you have imagined that when you made that first step? Were you thinking about that when you were making those first steps?
No, I was thinking, I don't know anything about my culture, and it's a shame. And who can I go connect with, and who can I go learn from? I was running the community center at the time when my grandmother passed. And I was like, I got to learn it, and I got to bring my little people around to learn it, because none of us really know it. We all grew up here in the city. So I very much came into it with really no goals and interests other than just learning about who I was. And that just set me on a path. This is what we were talking about the other night, Turtle. Creator put you on your path when you start conducting yourself accordingly. What I'm hearing here is entitlement in this discussion. And I'm entitled to this. I have the right to this. That's the whole energy and spirit I hear from this. It's braggadocious. It's, well, we gonna see, we gonna debate. And you really shouldn't be debating with your culture and your heritage. You should be sharing. And then comparing with other cultures to see the spaces where you connect, or to see the spaces where you're different and to learn what those differences are all about. You shouldn't be coming to try to one up someone else. That's absurd. That's absurd. It's an American mindset. And if we all understand what this term American is what Europeans were rebranding themselves as to get from out underneath the laws and the rules and the regulations that they had to abide by. When you look at that Declaration of Independence, the king took our charters and he changed how we do our laws over here, and he abolished this, and he's stirring up the merciless Indian savages. So it's all about how we don't want to be underneath that no more. We don't want to do that no more. We want to do our own thing. And we're going to rename ourselves, and we're going to rebrand ourselves, and we're going to be at the front. We're not being at the bottom anymore. And that's all that's going on here. It's just a repeat of everything that happened before. And it's amazing to me, because how can you be a student of history and a scholar in that regard and not see that you're just duplicating those same behaviors and practices that got everyone to where we're at right now? So it's madness.
Yeah. Yeah, I know when I can kind of remember the time when my cousin Kyla and myself really got serious. Like I remember we were printing out some documents we found online, we had just found all this information on our family. Like, damn, what the fuck is all this doing online? Mm-hmm. So we just started downloading everything. You know what I mean? And that stuff started filling in a lot of different blanks and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, oh shit. And that just sparked us to start moving the way we moved. You know what I mean? Never with no end goal, outcome. You know what I mean? And never from a perspective of, you know, where it was being weaponized or used against other people. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's too combative.
It's against the culture. Yeah. It's not the culture. It's not the culture. It's just not the culture to be debating what you know. Because there's definitely someone around in the culture that knows more than you. Mm-hmm. There's definitely someone around that knows more than you. So there's no sense in even getting up there. And I think what else is problematic is if we were to erase European sources, there would be no debate. They wouldn't have any, you know, there'd be nothing to discuss if they weren't European sources. So that's the other problematic thing, you know. You're still deferring to the Europeans as the experts and as the norm and as the standard. And it's just insane to me because you cannot decolonize and get back to where you're at if you're still holding Europeans as the foundation. You can't. Your whole existence is based off of what Europeans say. Therefore, you only exist because of what the Europeans say.
So what does it mean to, like, how do you express being able to exist in a place where you literally, like, you can put how your history before European history? You know what I'm saying? How do you express that to people? Because like, I really think a lot of times people think that they're looking at things through the same lens as a Two Hawks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? How do you, was there a point when you realized and made the switch? Can you remember that? You get what I'm saying? Like,
once you hit the culture and you start sharing what you read with elders and people who are like, nah, that's not it. It's actually like this. Mm-hmm. And then you're like, oh, so wait, and other things you learn. So that means, and they're like, yeah, but like you said, you ain't off. You just could be more. What was the exact phrase that elder shared?
You ain't wrong. You could be more accurate. I think
there
it was.
You go.
More accurate.
And you can't get more accurate just studying European sources because it's like if, and this is why it kind of frustrates me, Turtle, because if we were to take Indian away and say, okay, I'm gonna come and tell you about your family based on what I read in this newspaper. I read this newspaper article about you and your family. You was in here, so I know everything about you and your family. Matter of fact, I'm gonna debate with you about you and your family because I read this newspaper. And since I read this newspaper, I have to be right about you and your family. Matter of fact, you're the clown for trying to argue with me about you and your family. I read this newspaper article. How are you gonna? So everyone would be ready to slap someone's face off their head if they were in that conversation with someone. But when you throw Indian out all of a sudden, oh, well, that makes sense. So that's where I'm at with these people. I'm like, nah, you're willfully doing this because I'm explaining to you. Turtle's explaining to you what the difference is.
Please.
And you don't want to hear it. So it's not that you don't know it. You don't want to hear it. So now we're into the spiritual sort of stuff because now I'm looking at you in terms of the spirit you're engaging with sideways now because you're not seeking after truth. You're not seeking after actual knowledge. You're seeking after a semblance of it that allows you to be the number one.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah. Well, not that's what it is, Turtle, because I seen your post earlier. People are are like trying to attack what just happened with Yanaguska?
Well, I haven't even heard that yet.
Okay.
I haven't even heard that. See, this is the thing. I don't. A lot of these things are gonna just turn a blind eye to because they'd have to address it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I had a conversation and some things turned up that people might be taking the whole Pan-African thing serious. And I'm like, I'm not even sure how anybody who has witnessed any demonstration that myself or you have done could somehow come to that conclusion. You know what I'm saying? And what that really does is tell me the state of the people's minds.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's really no critical thinking.
No.
None.
They went from being completely African to now they don't want nothing to do with Africa. And you're still wrong. Like, you cannot look at the history books and not recognize that there's some relationship and some connection to Africa. Whether it's because you've got African blood flowing through your veins, whether it's because your people were helping Africans when they were here, and that's why they got targeted by the colonial government. The notion that we have to disrespect and disavow any connection to Africa is colonized.
Yeah. Like what's her name, Sister Bethy? She said something today. She was talking about, they asked her about being Indian, and one of her stories was when she was a little kid and they were watching Roots and they started to beat Kunta Kinte, she started to cry. And her grandmother said to her, this is what she said. Her grandmother said to her, "Why are you crying? You ain't African." Right? So I'm thinking to myself, why would any human being say to a child, why are you showing any type of, concern for this person? Like that's like, so your grandmother was basically teaching you
to hate Africans.
To hate Africans? That's what you're trying to tell me? Why would your grandmother say that? You know what I'm saying? Like, none of this stuff sounds believable to me.
There you go.
You know what I mean? That shit don't sound believable to me.
That's cool that your grandmother said that. Who are you? Which nation are you from? That's what cool. Which nation are you from? Because it's the Bethys in Connecticut, right? Which is insane, because that's Pocasset territory, that's Pequot territory. Why are you not with the people from the land that you're in? We all know each other up here. The oldest reservation in American history is in Connecticut. You ain't there helping those people out. You online talking about generic stuff when you in some of the oldest quote unquote Indian lands that there are, with some of the most detailed and persistent history, with the very people. The very people that you'll post up, you're around them and you ain't connected with none of them. And I think that that's what everyone needs to start really focusing on now. Cool, we can all debate who's actually with the people. Who's actually with the people they're posting pictures of?
Let's have this conversation real quick since I got you here. Let's talk about the New England Indians and why is it that New England Indian history is so prominent in the annals of colonial history, United States history. What was it about the New England, outside of the Pequot, outside of what we obviously know? What were some of the things about it that made y'all so unique?
Well, first of all, when you talk America, you're talking the successors to the English crown and the English colonists. So they were all dealing with us up here in New England. We're the nations that they came here. We're the nations that, gave them permission to be in these territories. What then ended up happening was they started making laws, their own laws, that were excluding us from our land. So they would write right in their laws, no Narragansetts, no Pequots can do this. So our names are consistently in their own colonial writings. We have treaties with the crown. that mark the different nations and what their treaty relationships were and all that. So when you're talking fundamental American history, all of it's going to be based here in New England for the most part, because this is where the English were. You had the Dutch in other areas, but that's not where America came out of. So we're going to be the nations that America's talking about because they know their history. If this had turned into the United States of New France, it would have probably been more talk about the nations that the French colonized. If this had been New Spain, it'd be more talk about the Spanish nations, the nations that the Spanish crown colonized, but the English crown colonized. Now, this is where the notion of no records of slave, because they were, in order to maintain their rights there in their system, they needed to show, going all the way back to the original proprietors, how they had this succession of ownership, because it's all commercial and it's all property. So then it's going to be, oh, well, Roger Williams got a quote unquote deed for Myantinomie and Canonicus, who were the grand sachems of the Narragansetts. And then these individuals moved into these lands that Roger Williams had, and then they had different parcels, and then they created a council, and then they created, so, but it all starts with these New England tribes that are here. Now, as America starts to grow and move out west, they start dealing with nations differently than the crown was dealing with nations. They don't want to hear this treaty stuff.
Okay, so yes, real quick before you move on. So, in terms of the New England nations, which groups did remove?
It wasn't groups, it was members of different tribes that thought that things would be easier if they went out west. So Brothertown, the group that started here and ended up in Brothertown, it was Pequots, Narragansetts, Mohegans, Nipmucks. It was the people that were here in the nations that were like, this ain't it. They done took all the land from us. They done killed everyone. We can't work here. We're gonna make this move out west and see if there's something better out there. So it's not a particular nation. It was a band. It was a band.
Family. So some of your family, some of the Narragansett would have come down to Brotherton in
Niles,
New Jersey.
I'm a Niles. So the Niles lines, a lot of Niles went on that Brothertown trip. And ended up, the Niles name is big out in Wisconsin and Brothertown Reservation. And those are my people out there.
Okay. So that's just to let people know about how, even though your tribes are in New England, we had interactions as far down as Jersey. And also the same general who committed the atrocities upon the Pequot Nation is the same general who led.
Who was it? What was his name?
I have to pull it up.
Yeah.
I don't know it off the top, but he led the same unit in the massacre of Pound Ridge, which was a Wappinger Lenape massacre. So,
and a lot of those Connecticut tribes are Wappingers.
Yeah, exactly. So just given the proximity of what was going on when we talk about the New England tribes, we're just south of what would be considered the New England tribes.
And it really shouldn't even be New England tribes, because as you know, Turtle, we're all Lenapes that moved to different areas. The families moved to different areas and start calling themselves by the lands where they're at. So this New England boundary didn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's why I was trying to exemplify when I talked about the same people that attacked the Pequot, attacked not only the Wappinger, but amongst the Wappinger were Raritans, who were my people.
You got to keep going, because if you get these Pequots, then you got to keep going to get the ones that are closer to them, and then you find out about these other ones, and because it's war now. Mm-hmm. You can't leave these people alone so they can regroup and unify. And get rid of all of them. Get rid of all of them, because not only are they a threat to us, they also stand in the way of us having the land. Mm-hmm. So now the other point that I've come to understand is that a lot of the American Revolution and breakaway from the crown was when the king was like, hold on a second, you can't do that to them. I have treaties with them. You got to give them their land back. You got to pay them the tribute that you're supposed to pay them. And this is where no taxation without representation comes from. Because they're like, we're not paying these Indians. We just took this land off of them. When we talk to King Philip's War, and this is another reason why New England Indians are often so much in the annals of history, the King Philip's War is one of, if not the bloodiest war per capita in American history. So they want to write in their histories, these nations were here, but they were gone after the King Philip's War. So once again, in their history records, they're going to talk about the power of the nations, but then they're going to frame that in how they overcame that power and how these nations no longer exist. Or in the case of my people, or they're Negroes, or whatever the case may be. But it's all about substantiating that place of dominion, and you have to wipe these people out in order to do that. It's a military conquest at this point. And yeah, so when people need to understand that we had relations, like my people weren't just here staying in Rhode Island, like we canoe ride right across the Sound, and we're over in Shinnecock territory, Matinecock territory. You know, a canoe ride out the other way it's not too long till we're down in the Southeast or we're in the Caribbean. It's just a canoe ride. So there was all of this, I'm going to call it international interaction that was going on, that when Europeans came, of course, divide and conquer, right? So now those are New England Indians, which are different from the New York Indians, which are different from the Virginia. When these are all the same people, just different families that they're just attacking and desecrating and just doing the same thing too. So yeah, they're going to hear New England because it's that foundational sort of principle basis of where America comes from. But then that should also encourage people to learn more about us.
Yeah. So even more importantly, like the Narragansett, those are typically a lot of the pictures we see. They seem like the Narragansett seem to be more visible historically in terms of yielding, documentation.
That's because in the early 1900s, Providence in particular was the third most populous place for Indians in the U.S.
Okay.
Now, this is before urban renewal hits. And like we were discussing the other night, urban renewal targets the places where the Indians are at. They're calling them Negroes now, but it's the Indians.
Peace is long. Greetings.
Yeah, it's the Indians that are mixed in with the African heritage folks that are here, because at that time, they were all getting treated the same, like Negroes. So they were all living together. It's like how Black folk and Spanish folk do today. Our Latino family, whether we're fighting or not, we're all in the same spaces together, right? Because there's a general sort of systemic oppression that our people collectively face. What you have with the Latino and Black divide now is the language barrier. And the language barrier they exploit because, you don't even speak the same language as them. You can't be the same as them. But none of us spoke these languages originally. So why is that a dividing point? So when you get to the Narragansetts, you had that going on. And then you had a very vibrant culture here. Even though they, detribalized, they still would honor and acknowledge the people. The powwow originates up here. The what everyone knows as a powwow today, it's a corruption of the term for our medicine man, our powwow, who would come out and bless the circle with the calumet.
Someone got nothing to do with Chief Powhatan? And they got nothing to do with Powhatan?
No.
Sure? Because that's what Ali Muhammad teach. It comes from Powhatan.
It's so ridiculous.
Which comes from the Olmecs.
You can just Google oldest powwow in North America, and it will say Narragansett Indian tribe. This is August meeting. They're on 376 or something recorded.
Yeah.
Recorded powwow. So when I hear stuff like that, I'm like, my goodness, like, you all don't know anything. But once again, you're not going to know that because you're not around the people. You're not around to hear these things, because my people are very, very adamant about that. 376 recorded powwow. And when they say recorded, they mean recorded by in this European system, because we've always been powwowing.
Yeah.
That's just a part of the culture. But once again, why does it get attributed to Narragansetts? Because Verrazano met our people in 1524 and was writing about us.
Mm-hmm.
So you can trace European writings about Narragansett people back to 1524. So they've always known. We had treaties with the crown. We fought in the King Philip's War. We got detribalized. From what I understand, a lot of the initial looking at a federal recognition process started out of here because there was no sort of standard. So a lot of white folks was just claiming Indians. So the Indians were like, nah, we need a process to differentiate. It's just turned into something kind of ugly since then.
So let's talk about this. Because you just mentioned something. So the whole federal recognition thing that started in like the 1930s. Was it 1939? Somewhere around
the 80s, the late 70s and 80s. There was federal acknowledgement, which is
federal
recognition.
Yeah, exactly. But the whole process started, I think, where governments outside of the 5 civilized tribes, when they started to say, okay, we're going to start having
they didn't want to form treaties anymore. So they said, instead of doing treaties, we'll do this.
We're going to have official relationships with different tribes. So this is when they started to engage different tribes, right? But prior to that, all these tribes existed and nobody questioned their existence or their authenticity.
No,
it's just that it wasn't down on paper, you know what I'm saying, to where they were interacting with these people. That process started officially in like the 1930s, you know what I mean? And by the 1950s, they were ending communication with, I think it was like 12 tribes on the east ceased to have government to government relationships with the United States. And that's when a lot of the eastern tribes were getting written out. And it's not so much written out, they just weren't written in.
Well, and that once again goes back to the fact that we have relationships with the crown that predate the U.S. So they don't want to hear that.
Yeah.
They don't want to hear that there's something that exists outside of their control and their structure that they created. So this is what's going on with the tribes on the eastern seaboard. They know our history predates them, so they don't even want to talk about it.
Say that again so people really understand what is being said.
Yeah.
Why there's so much turmoil with the eastern tribes. Yeah, it's because we got black in us, but it's also because of, lay that out,
who we are and the relationships and the rights we have. Once again, when you look, I forget the exact clause, but there's a clause in the United States Constitution that says all engagements and agreements entered into prior to the formation of this Constitution are valid under this Constitution. Now, why? What agreements are they talking about beforehand? And the reason that they have to put that in there is because if they're not standing on those agreements, then what rights do they have to these lands? Their predecessors had to form treaties with our people here so that under international law, they could have the right to be here. And once again, you point out the other night, Turtle, we were dealing with the crown, so we weren't dealing with the Pope. So they didn't have that edict to just go out and colonize and subjugate. That's not how the English crown dealt. The English crown came over here and they were forming treaties with the nations. Then the colonists revolted on the crown. But to your point, Turtle, our history predates the U.S. It predates the English. So you cannot come talking to me about something in 1776 with the Americans, because I'm like, but what about the English before the Americans?
Let me give them an example, right? Any agreement or treaty that predates the Constitution has a supreme law, has jurisdiction over the Constitution, right? So let's just take the Lakota Nation. They engaged the Lakota Nation up until 1889 in war. So whatever agreements they had with the Lakota Nation were after 1889. Those agreements, that treaty does not predate the United States.
No, it's a treaty with the U.S.
It's a treaty with the United States. The treaties that the Eastern nations would have
before
are the ones that they're talking about when they say treaties that predate the United States.
There you go.
there's specific treaties. It's not just every Indian treaty. Every Indian treaty does not predate the United States Constitution. So these are the little nuances of the things that are being said. What nations have the treaties with anybody before the Constitution? Those are the nations you have to really look at, because those are the nations that are able to lift themselves up out of the domestic jurisdiction.
Yes.
Because we have ancient or treaties that predate the United States.
Yes.
It's that simple.
Yes. And underneath their own international laws, they're in a bind. And this is what I want everyone to get, because we constantly hear they broke all the treaties. They ain't broke a treaty at all. They put language in the treaties that said they were going to protect and provide for nations. But our people didn't understand what that meant or how it would be interpreted. And when you get into it, protection and providing means you're a ward of us. What do you do with a child? You protect it, right? And you provide for it. Yep. So that's what they were writing into those treaties. And that's what they were knowing, that they were going to interpret it and apply it as such. So when our people are running around and saying that they broke the treaties, no, they're interpreting the language of the treaty to our detriment and to their benefit. Saying they broke the treaty is just, it doesn't get you anywhere. It's an emotional argument. You have to show, once again, specifically where they broke the treaty. And when you get into that language, you're going to see that according to this American structure, they didn't break the treaty. And this is the other thing too. I don't know why people are getting mad that the U.S. isn't backing down off of its position. Why would the U.S. back down off of its position if it's got this far? Even if you're right, well, what do you expect? Okay, you're right, so we'll just give you back it. No, you need to go through the process like everyone else has to go through the process. And you're not going to get anywhere debating online about it. But to your point, Turtle, yeah, we predate the U.S. And that is why we got mislabeled as black, as Negroes. It wasn't necessarily just because there was admixture.
Yeah,
we need to get rid of these people.
It's other political issues. And it's not that other tribes don't predate the United States, because people are trying to twist everything up.
Yeah.
No, we have agreements with foreign nations
that
predate the United States.
There you go.
Right? And a lot of those agreements are what cause division amongst the different tribes.
Yes.
Right?
Because we take your nation, Turtle.
Mm-hmm.
Certain tribes, families of your nation, when they moved out west, they moved out west to Oklahoma under an agreement with the U.S. You can stay being Indians, but you got to go out west to Indian territory. For our family, it was all right. You want to stay? Well, you're going to be Negroes. You're not going to be Indians while you're here.
Mm-hmm.
So now what we have going on is families that moved out west now looking at families back here and saying, you all on Indians because you're Negroes, because you're not federally recognized, because we didn't leave anyone behind. So they're just repeating the same strategies that were placed on them to remove them from their land, except they're doing it to their own family now. Mm-hmm. And they're doing it based off of phenotype. They're doing it based off of skin tone. And then when the history and the heritage and the bloodlines are presented, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to read it. They don't want to see it. It's not true. So all of it comes back to the fact that you cannot utilize the U.S. as the barometer. We can't do that. The reason why we're called Indians is because they all know we were here before them. That's the whole reason for the term Indian. These people were here before us. We're calling them Indians. That's what they're going to be. I tried to share this before. Even that debate about, those are natives. Native is just a different political status for Indian tribes that have that relationship with the U.S. that we were just discussing. Once you have a domestic dependent status with the U.S., you become Native American legally. My cousins down in South County, the federally recognized Narragansett Indian tribe, by law, they're considered Native Americans. I have the same blood as them, but my people are not considered Native Americans by law because we didn't enter into any agreement that pulls us into that status. we still have our original treaties and sovereignty that we stand on. Once you formalize that agreement, that's when the status changes. Like you said, Turtle, those tribes out west that they call the Native Americans, all of their agreements are with the U.S., with America. So they're going to be Native Americans by the way those agreements are structured. But if we're talking just strictly by blood and history, they're just as Indian as any of the tribes here are. So what is this madness going on about who's a real Indian and you're not an Indian, you're a native, and I'm not an Indian or a native, I'm an Aboriginal. It's all English. Who are you outside of what these Europeans say?
Like outside of your phenotype, who are you? What families do you come from? Like, you know, I've said it a million times. They try to change the criteria on what is an Indian, but as I've been able to spend more time with different Indians from different nations, even if it's just having conversations with them online, they speak to the spirituality of what it is to be an Indian, right? And for a lot of them, being an Indian is a spiritual thing. It's not just the blood. You know what I'm saying? So we're coming from a place where we're trying to find an identity based on blood, right? Not based on who we are, our spirit, like the energy, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is the Indian identity? What is it really? You know what I mean? If it's like, what is the Indian identity at this point for people of color?
There isn't one. There's no generic Indian. Matter of fact, that came out of the pan-Indian movement of the early. So see, Turtle, you brought up, that's what I want to touch base on. At the same time that they started to deal with these tribes differently, they implemented the Indian Citizenship Act, which made Indians U.S. citizens, and then they also implemented the Racial Integrity Act. So all of these things are going on simultaneously with the purpose of eroding the tribes as sovereigns and pulling all the Indians underneath this U.S. structure. So all of that has to be taken into account. But what was going on, especially here in the East, because they had gone out West now and they were dealing with Indians, and now you have like television and movies and all that. So they're pushing a certain stereotypical look for an Indian. That's where the big war bonnets come from. That's why everyone associates being an Indian with that look. What the tribes here had to do was start to adopt that look to say to the people around here, we're real Indians too. Look, all right, you think a real Indian has to have a big war bonnet? All right, look, we got big war bonnets. You think, but outside of that, we were still holding our traditions. We were still holding our ceremony. We were still doing all of that. We were just having to present ourselves in a different way so that the larger structure of society, because remember, they couldn't just hop on their phone and see if that was true or not. Everyone's bought into what these newspapers and media is saying. The movies are coming out, so everyone's getting their understanding of what an Indian is from watching them, and then they're looking at our people here and saying, well, you guys don't ride horses. Well, you guys don't look like them. But where's your big war bonnet at? You know?
I never personally had any association with horses outside of, I know my family at some point raised horses, but that's like an economic thing. That was never like, it was never like this marriage to horses. You know what I'm saying? I never.
We're woodlands people. What horses are out here? How are you gonna ride a horse through these trees? You know, like, and this is what, like, this blow. Just if we all just use our common sense, like if you live near the water now, right? Chances are you interact with the water more, right? You probably go to the beach more. You might go just walk by the board because you're near the water. So why would we need horses if we're not out on a big plain where you got to ride like miles of nothingness to get to the next thing? We don't need that. From what I understand, a lot of our people are running through the trees. That's how we were getting back and forth, climbing up the trees, the branches, running. I've read historical accounts of Europeans saying it was pitch black at night, and these savage Narragansetts dropped out of the trees and attacked them. And then after they attacked them, ran back up into the trees and they can't find them. Not horses.
Guerrilla warfare.
There you go. Not horses. So even like these generic sorts of, well, the Indians of this, all of that's madness. All of that comes out of colonization. And what we should be doing now is saying, yes, at a certain point, our people had to conduct themselves like that to survive. But we're not in that time. These are different times now. So I don't need to look like Indians from out west to be an Indian. I need to look like my people. I need to dress how my people dress. I need to conduct myself how my people conduct ourselves. And in that space, I can share about the Narragansett culture, which is a culture that Europeans labeled Indian. There is no Indian culture. There is no Indian way of doing things. There's 500 plus federally recognized tribes and probably 1,000 more non-federally recognized tribes. We don't even have the same culture being on the East Coast and down south and out west as Black folk. But all of these thousands of tribes all had one single culture and they all called themselves Nijis. And we got to stop the stupidity at this point. It's stupid at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got Spirit Wolf in the building. Peace, bro. Thank you for joining us. So you was on that panel tonight, and you actually had something to say to these people. What type of reaction did you get from them brothers, man?
Peace to you, Turtle Gang. Peace, Chief Two Hawks. How y'all doing?
Good, man.
Hopefully y'all had a good day today. I know it's a little later out there than it is over here. Peace to everybody that's listening in and those in the chat. I was at work. I took a break, went outside for a minute to eat some food. Then I seen what was going on when I went on social media. So I chimed in because it was supposed to be Aboriginal Day. And then my basic thing was just to, because I was just had to tell him, I like your show. So, I'm his barber when he come to LA and stuff like that. So we good and stuff like that. But it's like when it comes to this Aboriginal thing, I'm a part of embarrassed because you guys call yourself the scholars and you supposed to be having all these primaries and stuff like that. But yet you're in New York City. You, Brother Reggie, Brother Garfield, Raborn, I'm embarrassed because you guys could easily go right to the Shinnecock. You could easily go talk to a Narragansett. You could easily go talk to the Mashpes or the Wampanoags. It's like all you guys are so close. You're either a 30-minute, 40-minute drive away. Everything is so close. So I don't understand how you would allow all of these people to come up on here when your show is supposed to be based on primaries, and then all of these people come up here and nobody shows their family. They have no documents of themselves that they can show other than showing other people. So I just don't understand where you're coming from. You haven't called any chiefs, right? You haven't talked to any of the people that's actually on the land, federal or non-federal. You know what I'm saying? You haven't talked to any of them. There's a lot of them out here, so I really just don't understand why you haven't talked to anybody. It's just driving me up the wall. I talked to Chris Harris. He said he wanted to do a show. He's another offspring of them. I sent him all my family information. So I said, come on, because I got an iPad, I got an iPhone. I can't really upload stuff like that. So I sent it to you, and then let's have a show. And we could just talk about my family. And so if my family is not what these records say, then, I don't have no argument anymore because I'm only just going to show you the facts. And so then I showed my chief, I showed the tribe, I showed the land that we have, I showed certain ceremonies, I showed other chiefs that didn't look like us. We all in the same picture. We all doing the same things. You know what I'm saying? I showed the I couldn't show too much because at this time when we was doing these ceremonies, I'm new. This is like 2017. I'm walking around taking pictures. I had to get checked. Put your camera down. I'm taking pictures. We're about to start doing certain things. You understand? So when you go through all of these type of things, naming ceremonies with your children, with your nieces and nephews and stuff like that, harvest festivals and things like that, you have chiefs, clan mothers, stuff like that, and then you get on the internet and you going back and forth. Are you thinking you're talking to people that's like-minded? They come to find out
they're just supposedly internet gurus, and they don't do nothing on the land. Like everything about them is all the boob tube and TV, but they have nothing going on in real life. So I just don't even understand how they even think. Like, what type of men are these that will actually, even if you're talking about the African Pan-African thing, it's like, how much studying are you going to do of people of 10,000 years ago, and you can't tell me about your family just 100 years ago, 200 years ago? Then they say stuff like, when Taj Tariq came on there tonight, and he's equating everything to the Moors and Morocco and the Peace and Friendship Treaty and stuff like that. When it's like, bro, if you just look up Indian treaties, you're gonna see like almost about 100 treaties before 1776, and before there was even the United States. And in those treaties, they actually have longitude and latitude. They actually tell you, which river that they were by and which tree they were by. Actually, it's in the document. So don't tell me about no peace and friendship treaty where it's just talking about some overseas stuff. It's talking about Americans who just beat Britain, trying to take the stuff that they stolen now back to sell over in Europe, and was getting caught in the middle of the sea and over there by Morocco, in which they call the Pillar of Hercules, between Morocco and Spain. They was trying to go through and was getting busted by those Moors. Look up Captain Proctor. And so they were capturing them and keeping them for ransom. This has nothing to do with America or them owning land in America. The Americans had to go over there and pay ransom for their people, and then made a treaty so that they can go back and forth back over to Europe, because the Barbary Coast nations had treaties with France, England, all the European nations, so that they can come through from over there. They were all good. But the Americans who broke off from the British government, no longer had protection. So they had to make a treaty to get protection to go back over there. It had nothing to do with any land here. So I don't even understand any of these conversations anymore. It don't make any sense. For instance, like you guys were saying earlier about the Indian, and then now the Aborigine, and then the sister earlier was Bethany was we're American Indians. Just say American Indians. It's like, okay, like I was saying to them, if you go to my grandfather Basil Tate or Cable Tate in Oklahoma, 1930 census, it'll say Indian. That's what it's going to say first. Then when you tap onto the census record, it's going to say mixed-Cherokee. Then it has this little number 89. And then it just keeps going further when you keep looking into the census. But I'm just saying that to say, you can actually show something, and then like the sister was saying, my document says Cherokee, so it went right to the actual people. But that's just the document. The people don't even call themselves Cherokee, so it goes even deeper than that. So you got people stuck on Indian, then they stuck on American Indian, some stuck on Native American, right? And then some stuck on the brand name that our ancestors, who I think were so intelligent that they allowed the English to call them a name, an anglicized name in English, such as Cherokee, such as Mohawk, when it's really Kanankaha, and stuff like that. They have their own names in their own language. But yet you have these new Aboriginals that are not in touch with their own people, their own chiefs, or their own documents, or their own family. They're out here arguing stuff that's just, it's never going to touch ground.
Yeah, it's WWF, man. It's how they make money, bro. Like at the end of the day, they just they in it for the commerce. That's what makes them Americans, bro.
It's what make us look crazy. I told Dane this, I don't know how long, years ago, before he excommunicated himself off of Facebook. When I started asking people, who your chief? You say you Cherokee. What people? Where y'all at? They don't want to answer none of these questions. Now it's like they think you're an oppressor. When it's like, no, you're really the oppressor. Because if you're out here pushing people's family lines people's national names and stuff like that and putting them on yourself and can't show us how you're attached to it, you're an oppressor. What makes you different than the Moors saying that all of this is their land? What makes these Abos so different than that? Because they just saying I'm Aboriginal, I'm black, and I was here first. Okay, prove it. If you can't prove it, what gives you the authority to say anything? I'm from Los Angeles. If you say you from a gang and you go over to their neighborhood and they ask you questions, where you from? I'm from this gang. Okay, who your OG? Who you know? I don't know nobody. Where your grandmama live at? It's the next question. Where your grandmama live at? Man, if you can't answer these questions, all hell is gonna break loose, and that's just on the street level.
Yeah.
So if I'm gonna take the street thing to the business level, I gotta ask the same thing. Okay, you say all of this and all of that. What gives you the authority to speak on this? When did you get jumped in? Like, what tradition did you go? Like, you know? Man, this stuff is wild. So I'm so glad, Turtle Gang, that you attacking this. You and Two Hawks, that you guys are attacking this. I'm glad that you came right after that show was going on. Actually, while the show was going on, you on top of the head.
Yeah, like this the thing. At this point, Two Hawks, he been powering up. You know what I mean? He been in the lab, doing what he do to better himself. You know what I'm saying? So we can help the people more. Myself, I've been doing the same thing. Like we've been going through our growth, right? Even with Fauna is going through this tremendous growth. And we almost at a point now where, we could just kind of enjoy the fruits of the labor just a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, nah, we not having no conversations. We're not debating with nobody, nothing no more. Like, we put work in and it's evident. And that's what nobody wants to discuss. And that's the real disservice that's going on to the people. You know what I'm saying? Because when you got an example of something that's moving in the right direction, you know what I'm saying? That, like, when they say unity, this is something to unify behind. But people don't want to do that because they want to be the ones that you are unifying behind, whether they can bring you somewhere or not.
And that's that's the part that gets me, Turtle, because this term unity is thrown around. And then if you look at the structure of Fauna, it's different nations that have unified. So the point that they're missing is you have to first be with your nation in order to unify. And like you said, they don't want to hear that, because if I'm with my nation, how am I sure if I'm the chief or not? How am I sure that everyone's going to listen to me? How do I get the spotlight? How will I be the center of attention? I won't be, because my family don't like me, because I'm one of the younger brothers or one of the younger sisters.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't want to do that. Let me find this other space where I can do me. I can write my own, the American thing. I can chart my own destiny. They sound like Americans. They sound like the Europeans.
Yes.
It's not Manifest Destiny.
Yes, there it is.
Yeah.
You just hit it on the head. The brother said the other night, Chris Harris, he said, the Indians are dead. They are no longer. So we are in 2023. You might as well, you're on Earth. So you might as well just be. What? Nigga, what are you talking about? Be what? Be what?
I got called a nigga by someone who, if I wanted to do the phenotype thing, looked like he's from Africa. Call me a nigga because I was going at Dane Calloway.
Crazy.
He looked like someone that these wobble hunters would call an African.
Right.
Calling me a nigga because I wouldn't let Dane Calloway take advantage of my family history, post pictures of people that I know personally and dearly without acknowledging us and make money off of us because it's beneficial to him. Because I'm not willing to go for that, I'm the nigga. And it's like, I can't remember the last time a white person called me a nigga. They know better up here.
Right.
They might say it underneath their breath when they get after I leave, you know, I give them that. But I can't remember the last time a white person actually called me a nigga. They might do something like, "Are you sure? Did you do it?" But they ain't gonna call me a nigga for the most part.
Right.
This man called me a nigga. I was like, if you ain't the American here, who is?
Nigga.
With the strong R
Nigga.
at the end. Nigga, you know, I was like,
I can't even say that shit. I don't like this. Nigga. I can't say it. Just can't bend it. I can't bend that corner, bro. Let me try it. Nigga. I can't do it, bro.
my son told me that. He said he was playing football. He said, "Dad, they was calling me the word with the hard R." It took me like 10 seconds to get it because he going to school in the Valley. I'm like, the hard. I'm like, man, come on, man, get over that. You better go out there and bust them up. I don't want to hear that.
I can't say the hard R, bro.
Yeah, it's an oppressive mentality. I'm telling you, because they don't want to do the work. They just sit around and talk. And then what happens is I'm over here on the barbershop in Crenshaw, and then the arguments start coming up, and then F Africans, F this, F that. It's like they become it's like everybody has, I'm gonna say, black people who come into so-called consciousness of whatever they supposed to be doing. They start getting this oppressive mentality that, okay, now I need to be the ruler and everybody need to kiss my ass and everybody need to admit it. Like, what? And then that's it.
That's the king and queen thing. We was kings. We was queens.
Oh, my God.
Nah, I was a farmer, bro. I was a hunter, bro.
You want a king and a queen.
I was a gatherer, bro.
Then what was a king and
I was an artist,
queen?
bro.
Oh, man.
and this is the thing. If let's say that everyone did descend from the same king, only one person of all those descendants is gonna be the king now.
Period.
Everyone else is gonna be something other than the king.
Well, then that's why you need slavery, because we all descendants of kings and queens, and we not all doing shit.
There
we need us some slaves. That's what that shit comes from. We need some serfs.
Meghan Markle and Prince Harry right now. He's a prince, right?
Yes.
Bloodline of the king.
Yes.
Now, how's he getting treated? Is he getting treated like he's the king?
Nope.
He had to run off to run off to the U.S.
Yep.
And the king and the upcoming king is over there, and now he's even further away because the upcoming king got children. Now they all descendants of the king.
Now, but listen, you know, they worked real hard. They moved a lot of people out of there to be who they are. Because we know that them motherfuckers is really Goldberg, Saxon Goldberg and all that. Goldberg, Gotha, they Germans.
Yes.
Fronted on the British to become the British.
Yes.
Right? So they don't want him laying with no woman of color. Like, you know how hard we worked to get these people out of here? We had to defeat the people who defeated them people.
And what are you doing? What are you doing? You messing up the plan.
Yep.
Yeah. And this is why I be telling people how y'all running away from your heritage all over the planet. How y'all run? Y'all might, bro. You might have an ancestor that got castles still held in perpetuity to all his living descendants. As long as he has a living descendant, that castle is still. See what I'm saying?
I keep telling people, don't even throw away the Europeans. Don't throw away the European stuff because it's not our fault or my fault, because I have the record that this guy wanted to sleep with my grandmother with his own slave or whatnot and have children with her. It's not my fault, and it's not my fault that he come from some royal family. And just like you said, if they don't have no living heirs, they're gonna be looking for documentation to find one of them. Just like in the movies.
I'll tell you what they'll do. If there's no living heirs, they just gonna put it in a trust and everyone's gonna share it.
Yep. Now check this out. Tuhar, I wanted to slice you in here, right? So you spoke earlier about, because I think this whole Africa thing, people think that having any type of admixture in them moves them out of being Indian. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because for them, Indian is blood quorum, which is connected to a check.
Yeah.
Right. So let's talk about, because you made a great point before. Talked about how if you had grown up in Ireland with the same admixture, you would have considered yourself an Irish person.
Yeah.
Because of the culture you grew up. So let's talk about that, because like I said, this is going to get back to the spirituality and the culture, right? What's my man? He said there's a new Indian. Most famous Indian activist in American history. Russell Means.
Yeah.
Russell Means. He said there's a new Indian. And he was talking about what has happened as a result of colonization, right? And it doesn't mean there's a new Indian to replace the other. It's just that colonization has created a new group of people. But what happens when you identify with a culture? That's what I want you to speak to.
So once you identify with a culture, you start to differentiate yourself from this amorphous thing that they created. And you start to get down to the specificity of who people are and what their particular experiences are, and then also how they do things. Perfect example. We say Pishkanash, y'all say Pishkanawa, but it's the same thing. But that little change in the linguistics lets us know where we're from. Same thing now. If someone comes with a heavy Southern accent, you know they're from somewhere. When I come, we don't use R's up here in New England. So you know I'm from somewhere. So it's these same sorts of things. And the culture is what's going to tap everyone into that, because things change based upon who your people are and where they were at. If I could, Turtle, and this is the part that I'm really understanding, people are still operating off of the one drop rule, which was deemed unconstitutional. That's what all this is about.
And they're tying that somehow into culture.
Yeah, which has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, it's like they want to strip your culture off you based on your genetics. But that doesn't have anything to that has nothing to do with
people did.
Yeah.
And you can't. And the thing is, when those Africans came over here and joined in with the nations here, they became a part of the culture. They started doing things the way we did them here. They started getting adopted into clans and families based upon how we do things here. And then they started to grow themselves and develop themselves within our structures and the ways that we did things. So the culture can't be taken away because someone has an admixture from somewhere else. The culture dies when people stop practicing it. The culture dies when people don't engage with it, when we stop holding our traditions, when we stop holding our ceremonies. And if you notice, the two main things they did when they came here was make us stop speaking our language and stop holding our ceremonies and traditions. Because once you break the culture, now you can do what they have right now. Get all of these Black Americans who will realize something happened to them, but only go so far because they're not really looking to come out of the American culture. They're just looking for a way to get a leg up on the next person. And if sprinkling some Indian on it, some Aboriginal will do that for them, that's what they'll do. But they're not necessarily looking to embrace or be a part of the culture, because the culture is like a mirror, and it's not a kind mirror. When you start looking at your culture, you realize how far away from it you are. And that can be disheartening. That can make you feel shame. I remember going to a powwow the first time going in the circle. And I had to build up, the confidence to go into the circle. And then I went into the circle and I was like, well, everyone got weapons. Let me just grab this log and go in there. So I'm in there with the log, but people's laughing at me because, nah, brother, you supposed to have, you know what I'm saying? But in my mind, I think I'm doing it. Then an elder has to pull me to the side and be like, brother, nah, man, look. And then explain to me, let me show you how easily I can use this war club. Now, how many times you think I would have knocked you in your head before you hit me with that log? Oh, wow. So now the culture, okay, so it's not just getting in there and dancing and waving something around. They're demonstrating something. with the manner in which they dance, which the weapons and the tools that they have in that circle with them. So I'm like, okay, that's why my regalia needs to be on point, because I got to tell this story. Then I remember one time I'm at a powwow, it was a Picasso powwow, and they started playing a song, and I had started dancing, my regalia's on point, and I'm just a dancing machine at this point. So one of the songs goes on, and there's only a few people in the circle, and I can't understand it, so I just go in the circle and I'm dancing, but they're doing a particular type of dance, and I'm just doing my Eastern War. I come out, and Chief Black Eagle pulls me to the side. He's like, Ray, are you Bear Clan? And I'm like, oh, no, I just like the song. He was like, yeah, but that was the bear honoring song. So only the bit. So all of these little things, even as much as I knew, there was someone who knew more than me.
Yeah. So hold up real quick. So it's an interesting, something interesting being in the chat right here. First, I want to talk about this real quick. I want to break this up into two things. So is there a difference between culture and tradition, right? So I would say culture are the things you do. Tradition are the
standards.
The standards are
associated with the culture.
So you're gonna have you might have different traditions amongst different tribes and people, right? Culture are the things you do every day, like simple as that. But I want to point out that family traditions are not necessarily tribal traditions.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Tribal traditions are something that's understood by all the people of the nation.
Yes.
Not family traditions. Those are two very different things.
Absolutely. You'll find within, so you were breaking down the clan system. You have the tribe, and then you have the clans, and then you have the families. I'll give you an example of Mashapad. How we're structured is we have a council of a Tusco sachems for each clan, council chiefs for each clan. So each family has a representative on our council, and then the council appointed me to be the Chippewa sachem, the spokesperson, the principal chief for the council. However, I'm really just able to speak on behalf of my family and what all of the families agree to. So now, we have a certain way that we do things in my clan and how we come to decisions and understandings, and then I report out to the council what my particular clan or family has come to decide based upon this larger discussion that all the families are having. Now, the way my family does it is not going to be the same way that another clan does it or another clan. However, once all of those clans do their thing individually, we all going to come together and decide how this fits for the tribe as a whole. So you're going to have how the tribe is doing things, and then you're going to have how the individual clans are doing things within the structure of that tribe. Now, if someone was to just come and study Wishwooden clan and then be like, oh, that's how Narragansetts are, they'd be horribly wrong, because this is how the Wishwooden clan is. If you want to understand how Narragansetts are, you need to look at how the Mashapogs do things, how the Uskapogs do things, how the Ninigrits do things, how the Northern Narragansett tribe does things, and then how the federally recognized Narragansett Indian tribe does things, and then find the similarities between those, and then you can say, oh, that's how Narragansetts do it. They powwow, right? They're wampum people. These are things that are across the board for Narragansett people. However, the different tribes do things differently. They're all still Narragansetts, but different tribes do things differently. We have in our naming ceremony, what we do is a little different. Is a person comes, they first have to have the dialogue amongst the clan. Then when we have the ceremony, the clan chief presents the individual and then suggests the name that is to be given to the person. But what happens with us, which is different than other places, any elder who's in attendance, whether they're Mashapog or not, can say, no, I don't think that's an appropriate name, and this is why. So Turtle, Miss Cat, from your people, from the Ramapo, Lenape, she's up there. She's been to several of our naming ceremonies, and because she's such a well-respected elder, Miss Cat will often say, well, hold on a second. Why that name? And then there'll be discussion that's going on. Now, other Narragansett tribes don't do it like that. They got their own way that they do their naming ceremony. It's cool because what is general to the Narragansetts is naming ceremonies. However, our tradition for our naming ceremony is going to be different. So that's why I'm saying the traditions are the standards for the culture.
Teach.
Okay, so now, first I want to say, tribal government, would you like to come up and we can have a conversation about this?
Yeah, we can break some things down.
I definitely want to have this conversation because what I'm seeing is people don't know how, because, okay, can you form your own tribe, You can form your own whatever you want, right? Like, is it going to work or not?
No, yeah.
But see, the thing is, people think that there's some type of gatekeeper. Nobody's stopping you from doing anything.
Yeah.
Can you do it right to where the rest of the nations are going to receive it properly? And then when you don't do it right, people say, oh, they gatekeeping. No, the protocol was wrong. And no, the rest of the world is not going to change the protocol to let people in that don't know the protocol. The idea is to learn the protocol. And that's what we've been trying to share with people. But everybody wants the world to change the protocol to let the people who don't know the protocols in.
Yeah.
And that's what you call dumbing things down.
Absolutely. Tribal government
that way.
I would ask this new tribe, where is its land at? Because if you form something new, that means that a tribe is tied to land, but it's a new tribe. So you'd be, by default, displacing a tribe from its land with your new tribe. Because you're going to say, well, these are our lands. But like, for example, if they were to form a new tribe here in Rhode Island, I'm going to have an issue with it. All of the tribes, well, where's your land base at? Because we know where everyone's from. We ain't never heard of your people. What war were you fighting in? What you all of it? And then chances are that the new tribe is not going to be all of the same bloodlines. It's actually going to be a band.
All right. So let's just say they got land. Let's say somebody got land. Let's say somebody has 1,000 acres somewhere, and it's 5,000 people that all agree that they are forming a new tribe, and they go to this person who's got 1,000 acres, and they build a little city block, and they got their own thing. Is that a tribe or is that an incorporated?
Yeah, it's like a municipal. What's different? What's different than what any other towns or cities have done? How are you any different?
Yeah. So when you're saying you can create whatever you want, but how are you going to make it a tribe so you can tap into certain rights?
Yes, because the question becomes, what rights does your tribe have? Okay, you formed a new tribe, cool. What rights do your tribe have? What treaties are in place? What agreements? Who are your bloodlines back? So, and this is the thing: if you're a citizen, then you're underneath. You're subject to a sovereign. That's what a citizen is. They're subject to a sovereign. So then the question becomes, did your sovereign give you permission?
I'm about to just ask that. Yep. Who is your sovereign? Yep.
Now, when we do Mashapog, what we said was our sovereigns were my Antinomia Canonicus. And then Cananchid after them, and then you chopped Cananchid's head off and you quartered his body and sent it off. But we never conceded to you. You just killed off our chiefs. Here's my bloodlines that come from those same chiefs that were fighting back then. We're still fighting now. There's my authority to speak. Well, who are your people? Well, my people are those Narragansett lines that you were trying to kill off after the King Philip's War that you forced onto the reservation. We all moved up north. We're those people. Now the system has to say, oh, you're those people.
Right.
Okay, well, since you're those people, we'll deal with you like this. If a new tribe pops up, the question's going to be, well, who are you? And if you start regurgitating what Europeans wrote, these Americans are going to know, oh, you're one of those groups. You're not those people. You're one of these people. And one of these people is whatever they're labeling you, whether it be a black identity extremist, whether it be a sovereign citizen, You're going to be one of these people because you're not one of those people. And it's a very dangerous game to play with this U.S. government in particular, to know a lot but not know enough. Because if they see you know a lot but not enough, they're going to say, well, we don't want this information getting out. Lock this man up. Get rid of this man. And that should also make people question why Dane is able to do the things that he's doing. How does he have such a big platform if he's really kicking this truth that's going to undermine this U.S. government the way he's saying it?
Listen. So listen, tribal government, we just explained it to you. It's not a bad thing. Go ahead and exercise it. But we're trying to tell you that a new tribe is not going to have an historical standing.
Form your tribe. Just don't come here to Narragansett tribe.
Let me explain.
Let me explain. This turtle. This is where I'm at with this. Form your new tribe. Just don't come to my tribe's territory. Find a place of your own, because if you come with your new tribe to our tribe territory, hold on, turtle, trying to assert tribal rights, now we're going to treat you like you're one of these Europeans because you're acting like them. We don't know who you are. You're in our territory, but you're not trying to support us. You're trying to do your own thing like the state of Rhode Island did, like the state of Massachusetts did, except you're trying to do it with an indigenous on it. So, and I'm also going to ask you, what nation are you from? Tribal government. Why you don't say Narragansett government?
Right.
I mean your way of government.
But no,
government.
So what we're just trying to do is get them to understand that everything that you're saying, you can do that. It's just going to be called an incorporated city, whatever. Like
or
in
a
order
sovereign citizen movement.
Let me explain. Because the Choctaw Muskogee Yamasee Nation, we're not in Georgia, right, or Alabama or nothing like that. We're not even in Oklahoma. We are some of the families that kept going west, right? So when our chief was given some land, he went over there and he formed everything, basically not being federalized, right? He put up his signs. He let this.
No, go ahead. I'm talking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm trying to let tribal government know that. No, he
put up. We got some land. He paid for the land. Then he put up signs and all that type of stuff of what the land was going to be about. Then, of course, the police gonna come. The city police gonna come. The sheriff's gonna come check you out. And then everything was cool. We have good relationships with them. And then it got a little big, right? Not saying anything happened bad. Everything just got big. And so after that, the other peoples is gonna come, okay, with them black coats, right? And they're gonna come up in your stuff, and they're gonna come check in your computers, and they're gonna come see who's who. Right. And if your peoples is not lined up with what it's supposed to be lined up with, it's going to be a lot of people either kicked out or be adopted, or it's rules to this. It ain't. And then the next thing is just like what Brother Two Hawk said. Before we had our first ceremonies, Chief had the other chiefs who were already there in that area. They came over there and then they blessed us. And then they led the ceremonies because it's their area. And then they gave us the blessings to be where we was at.
Like, it's just like gang culture. I don't understand how people understand gang culture. If you're selling drugs in a neighborhood, community, you just don't move in and start selling drugs on the corner.
And that's why I'm getting frustrated. That's why I'm getting frustrated, because they get it until you say Indian. Then all of a sudden the logic goes flying out the window, and it's like, but you
I'm just trying to make money on your corner, brother.
You know you don't go step out no one's corner like we doing our own thing here. There's gonna be problems.
Yep.
There's gonna be repercussions, and no one looks at it like you're gatekeeping our block.
Comes out of tribal culture. It ain't the other way. Gang culture is tribal culture minus the clan mothers and the structure and the love.
Nationality.
Culture, you get gang culture. You get where the chief is supposed to be. You get the gang leader.
Yeah.
And once again, remember, you don't have to be blood related in the gang, so it's a band. And this is what I was saying. These are bands. That's all that's going on, banding up. And then take it a step further. The bands were usually the individuals that were not on good terms with their own family. That's why they're all banded up.
It's always been survival of the fittest. If you ain't built for it, you won't last. It's never not been a time like that. And see,
government systems got you thinking it's something other than that now. So you're waiting for the fair things to come. No, listen, get your gang, get your tribe, get your nation, get your people, get your spokesman to speak for you, be grounded in something and pull up. That's what all this shit is around all over the planet. And nobody's going to change the rules for nobody.
Thank you. We're not changing our culture that's been here for thousands of years because people are just waking up to the fact that it's not happening.
And this ain't our rules. We're held by the same rules.
We're plugged into something that's been going on for thousands of years. Ain't no one trying to hear Two Hawks is doing his own thing. I had to have a conversation with my brother Mishapon when he came and like, yo, bro, don't try to do your own thing. Do things the way that they've been done. And in that space, you'll find who you are. But this is the thing. You can't repeat colonial behavior, but call it indigenous. Indigenous is not like colonial systems at all. Not at all. It's just not. It's not. And I notice people keep trying to do that, saying, oh yeah, this is like this. Nah. Once again, you have to look at the source. The source is the Indian culture. And then you have to take what you're doing and compare it to the culture to see where we're off at, because we're off. The culture ain't off. The traditions ain't off. We're off.
People. See, this is the thing. I don't know how old people are, yo, but I'm telling you, they ruined a few generations with this everybody get a trophy shit.
Absolutely.
Right? No, everybody don't get a trophy.
No, they don't.
If you don't get first place, you don't even want that second place trophy.
Go work harder.
You know what I'm saying?
Go
so
train
everybody
more.
come and they show up and they all get the same trophy. So everybody think they bring equal value to the table. No, everybody don't got, you know what I'm saying? Everybody don't bring the same thing to the table. And guess what? It ain't everybody's fault. It ain't my fault that they took music out of the school curriculum when I was in high school. It's not my fault, but I am a victim of that. So it ain't a certain generation of people's fault. They took certain things out the school systems and y'all don't have certain things. It ain't your fault, but y'all got to bear witness to the fact that, look, they've been dumbing down the school system since the 1800s, right? Our great-grandparents will tell you, oh, your grandfather didn't graduate high school. He didn't need to. By the time he graduated 8th grade, he could balance a checkbook. He could do all the things that you could do to maintain a household. So when they tell you your grandfather didn't go to high school, they really stunting on you. They ain't telling you that times was different. And everything that you would have learned by the time you graduated high school, you learned in 8th grade.
They're not telling you why they're laughing at your grandfather because he didn't go to high school. They were studying everything he was doing so that they could get their stuff up and going. And then they were telling us, you all need to go to school while they're applying all of the crafts and the trades that they just took us away from.
Yeah. See, the idea of starting a tribe, no, you're supposed to, it's called reconnecting with your tribe.
Reconnecting.
Right.
Now, I'm going to ask again, what land base is your tribe in? If you're starting a tribe, what land base is it tied to? Because that's what the tribe is, from the original land before Europeans got here. So what land was your new tribe in before Europeans got here? And if your tribe didn't exist before Europeans got here, if you can't point and say, my people collectively were in this specific place right here, you're after the Europeans. You're no different than these. You're at a lesser level than these federally recognized tribes will be, because at least they have government-to-government relationships. They're gonna call you a heritage group. That's what they're gonna call you by law. You can call yourself a tribe, but they're gonna call you in law a heritage group.
So, real quick, what about the First Nations who didn't sign treaties and were counted as extinct? That's what fauna is.
There you go.
Fauna is those nations coming back. Literally. Literally.
That's been our argument. Well, we don't have any treaties. We don't need treaties with you. The people before you were acknowledging us. They got permission from us. What do you mean we don't have a treaty with you? And the tribal government, I think we're all a mixture of different people, and it's hard to tie one person to one specific land. That's nonsense. My people have been in these lands since before the 1600s. I can tie my line directly back here. Do I have other bloodlines that tie in? Of course. but I can tie myself back here in these lands.
And even nomadic tribes had names.
Thank you.
History.
Well,
even nomadic
tribes had where names, they were at,
history,
when
language.
they interacted with Europeans. They could tell you where their hunting grounds were. They could tell you who they descend from. This notion that no one can tell where they're from is a colonial lie that was told so that the tribes wouldn't get back together.
And nomadic is a external description. The people that you would describe as nomadic, it's because you don't know where they're going.
Well,
they know where they're going.
Nomadic is because it's also because you couldn't stay anywhere.
No, but what I'm saying, the people that are being labeled nomadic are being labeled that by outsiders.
There you go.
People know exactly where they're going.
There you go.
You're just an outsider watching them travel.
Well, let's lose everyone's hated word, turtle. It's their migration pattern, right?
It's a migration, yeah.
Then again, we did some of it up here in the summer months. We would be down near the ocean, beautiful, beautiful. It gets wintertime. There's a cold breeze coming off the ocean. We migrating up north to our winter villages. Now, if I'm a European and I want to undo that, oh no, these people they're not tied to these lands. They're nomadic. Look,
they're abandoning their lands.
There you go. So they weren't controlling these lands. These aren't their lands. They were just moving in them. And once again, I'm going to say tribal government. If your tribe's not tied to any land, then how's it a tribe? It's just a group of people that's together. Why can't white people do what you're doing? Let me ask that. Why can't white people form tribes then? They don't have to be tied to any particular land over here.
Well, I don't think tribal government understands. So this is what a tribal system is. It's family relations, right? It's family relations. The same way your cousin is your cousin because y'all have a common ancestor, and that's what governs you. The same way all the cousins listen to the grandmother. That grandmother ain't their mother, but they already identified the government.
There you go.
Right? So this is a natural thing. It's not something that you make. If it's something that you make, it can be broken.
Yeah. And Turtle, just to add to that, so if you understand that simple family structure of government, then you understand when your grandmother gets together with the other family's grandmothers and they all collectively decide something. Now we're getting into the clan system. Now all of your clans, your granny and her sisters and her brothers, there's your clan council now. They all know that if you go back further, these are your family members. So what do they say? Well, we all can't be talking. Chester, Frank, Martha, you go talk on our behalf and let us know what's going on. So now that person's going out to speak with these other extended families, and then all the extended families are saying, okay, this is what we all gonna do. Take it back to your particular branch of the family and let them know. There's your tribal government right there. Don't need to buy nothing. Don't need to create nothing. Just need to get back to how we're doing. And as you follow that structure, this is what I said the other night, they're going to point you right to who your people are. Your grandmother's going to say, well, you know we're Cherokee, or you know we're Iroquois, or your grandmother's going to say that. And it's so amazing. I saw Dane putting up, what area what area should we go, north, south, east, or west? Someone put on there in the comments, thank you, Dane. If it weren't for you, I would still think I'm mixed. Now I know that our heritage, and I'm like, why you just ain't ask your family that? None of your family members told you was Indian and you just wouldn't listen to them? So it's not that you weren't listening to your family and you're embarrassed that a stranger had to tell you this, for you to listen to what your family was saying. You're going to come onto a stranger's YouTube page and thank them for giving you knowledge that apparently your family couldn't give you. How insulting is that to your family? If I'm your family and I was trying to tell you, I might show up at your house and try to fight you if I seen that comment. You thinking internet clowns, and I've been trying to tell you this for years, and I'm telling you right now, I talk to people right now, when we get into this stuff, they're like, you know what? Damn, Unc was trying to tell me that. damn, grandpa was trying to tell me that. I wasn't, and they're humble. And then they get on their path. They don't do this. Well, he didn't know what he was talking about. I had to learn it from Dane Calloway. You're disrespecting your own family for someone you're meeting online. And once again, if there was no internet, right? If there was no encyclopedia you could go look up because Europeans took the time to write about your people, who would you be right now? And if it's nobody, then keep your mouth shut and listen to the people who know that can teach you.
So check this out. When people talk about, when we say, like when you're talking about tribal government, what you're talking about is your family structure, right? So before we can go fix everybody who you're not related to, if you are talking about going back to indigenous tribal ways, the first step is going back to your family and installing that amongst your family. That's the foundation, not a bunch of people who think alike. Those people that think alike should all be going to their respective families. And if all y'all think alike, then y'all can form a confederacy, but not until you get your families right.
Hey, Turtle, why like move so fast to a tribal government when you can just find who you are and then go find a tribe and then go talk to them first?
There you can learn.
That should be the first step. But
let
for
them
those,
bless you.
But this is the thing. Even if you're going to move into that space, you should already be teaching your family how to move that way.
So you're not embarrassed when you move into that space around other families. And let me ask this. And yet, tribal government, please don't take anything we're saying personal. Like, I speak with a lot of passion and I speak out of my frustration, but I don't want anyone to think that I'm insulting them or tearing them down unless I am. I mean, in that case, I'll start calling people exactly what I think about them. But this is another question I want to pose, and I want everyone to think about this, right? So me and my family, we've been at this since we reestablished Mashapag in 2009. So we've been at this, and we were going for a few years before that, just getting things together. But in 2009, with 2013, 2023, so 14 years now. I'm going to say around 15. 15 years of organizing my family, getting us together, pulling us back into the culture, the traditions, understanding what the do's and don'ts are. Why on earth would I want to potentially jeopardize all of the work that my family has put together by pulling in someone that we know nothing about? We don't know anything about their character, their traditions, their cultures, who their people are, and pulling them into my family in this space, in this quote unquote safe space that we've made for ourselves. Why would I do that? If you're not even with your own family, why would I jeopardize the safety and the security of my own family, pulling you in because we're all indigenous, we're all copper colored, the white man did this? Why would I do that? We don't do that now. How many people just invite strangers into their house in your community because they're the same color as you? So why, you know, so why would we do that on the Indian side of things? And once again, just to take off the Indian stuff and just everyone just use your logic. Would you do that? Then don't expect the Indians to do it. If you wouldn't do it yourself in your hood right now, don't expect the Indians to do it. That would be your family. Once you and your family link up with other families, now you've structured a clan. Once your clan links up with other clans, now you formed a tribe. So this is what I'm saying. Like, there's a structure to this when you get into the culture. That's why you can't just get with your particular family and have a tribe. That's just your family. If you can get together with your family and practice culture and structure, you should get together with your family and have a form of governance with one another. But if you want to be a quote unquote tribe, which were really sachendoms, chiefdoms, because that's really what it was chiefdoms, different families that came together. You and your family back in the old days might have been able to hold down your particular place where you stayed. But if us, the very, very brute Narragansetts, decided that we were going to get all of our clans together, all of our families together, and come down to where your family was at, just you and your family, and say, okay, this is how this is going. We're going to send our warriors here around every 2 moons. You need to have this, you need to have that for us, and we want this amount of wampum. You and your family need to have that for us, or our tribe's going to come and we're going to kick you off this, you and your family off this land. See how it goes? It would have been to no avail to just be a family, because you're going to get run over by these tribes who are full of all these families. So you definitely wanted your family to link up with other families. And who was the most logical other families for you to link up with? The ones you're blood related to. So it was very natural for the families to want to. It was a necessity to link up with the other families, because you needed to protect yourself from the larger tribes that might come through and make you pay tribute. And that was a big thing. My people were very much known for that, making smaller tribes pay tribute to us. That in part was where the why the Poconoket signed the peace treaty with the Pilgrims. They were fighting with my people because we were trying to put them to tribute. You're gonna pay us. Those are some very nice lands over there. You've been very much weakened by the plague that came through, the sickness. We're the stronger nation right now. So you gonna pay us, or we gonna come take your lands from you. That's what was going on. So that's why the family, it makes no sense traditionally to just be with you and your family. If more families come, you're gonna be a vassal of those bigger families. So yeah, you definitely want to link up with the other families for your own protection.
Spirit Wolf, is your volume still on?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yes, I'm fine.
I'm just
okay.
Yeah, I gotta walk to the store real quick. I want to make sure it's still live.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to hop up in a sec too.
Two Hawks.
Yes.
So in short, are you in Turtle Gang? In short, basically telling the people, or basically telling tribal government that tribal government is actually pre-colonial family law?
That's all it is. That's what all law is. The U.S. is the one who came up with this thing of democracy and all that, where everyone gets an equal say. That's not how things naturally go. You get the same say as your grandmother? Is that what we're saying? Like, you had a family function and your voice is just important as your grandmother who gave birth to your mother or your father and all of your aunts and uncles? You just gonna come and argue with your grandmother because you don't think that? Nah, you're gonna keep your mouth shut and let your grandmother talk. And what your grandmother decides you're going to do, because your mother or your father and your aunts and your uncles are going to say, go do it. So that's all it is. And it's the same thing over there, right? The kings of England, it was bloodlines, right? And if you were from this bloodline, then you could be the king and everyone else had to do what you say. So it's all family law at the end of the day. It's just how different families, once again, what their traditions and what their customs are. And those traditions and customs, when my traditions and customs meet your traditions and customs, and we form an agreement on how we understand and deal with our different traditions and customs, there's international law. It's that simple. I want to be able to come over into your territories to hunt every once in a while because we're right adjacent to each other. And the deer seem to go there for the most part during this season. So I would really like to be able to come into your territories here to hunt. How can we work that out? All right, we'll let you come into the territories, but here's what we want. We want, 4 bucks of this size at the end of the hunting season. We want you to come and bring that over as a sign of respect. And if you do that every year, then you're free to hunt. And there's international law right there because that's commerce, right? So yeah, it's all family law. That's all it is. And the U.S., they didn't have any family rights to these lands, so they had to come up with democracy. And there's no nobility here. There's no royalty here. We're all the same. But that's nonsense, because now you get people who are complete scumbags who ain't never did a thing in their life, who can have just as much say as a traditional chief who's been applying this their entire life because, well, we all Aborigines. We all Indians. So, and nah, that ain't it. People ain't even, well, let me take that back. That is how people are conducting themselves with their own families. You got teenagers who think they have just as much of a say as their grandmother because they think they have something to say. And what I found in the traditional culture is you don't speak when you feel like it. You speak when you have something to say. And if you don't have something to say, keep your mouth shut. Because what are you contributing to the conversation other than your fruitless, pointless thoughts and beliefs? Nobody cares. That ain't the way it's been going for thousands of years. That ain't going to benefit no one. And to be quite honest, you're starting to talk and conduct yourself like you want to be off away from the tribe in one of those bands. Is that what you want? Because that's how I would have been handling it back in the day. Oh, that's what you think? You're going to be disrespectful to your elder as well? Well, I'm going to tell you what. You got about two nights to go and make that right before me and the Warriors come see you and escort you to the edge of the hunting territories, and you can be off on your own. That's how that would have got handled, because no, your voice ain't as important as everyone else's simply because you got it. Your voice is important because of what you did for your people. Your voice is important because of how you've been handling yourself when there's battles with other. Your voice is important because of what you've done. That's why
you earn that respect. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. Okay, Chief Two Hawks. One more question. So now that we established that the tribal law is pre-colonial family law, right? You got your family together and you established a law for the family with the family name. Back in the days, they used to go to speak to other nations, which they would call the family of nations. And today they call it the United Nations. But just like you said, it's nations coming together with their laws to be respected, but it's really just families.
That's all it is. That's all it is. And for the people who didn't have any royal blood, royal heritage, couldn't make any claims, they're the ones who was coming over here to America. Because I ain't got nothing back home, but I can go over there and I can be whatever I want to be when I'm over there. There's no thing over there I got to, and we ain't got to pay attention to these Indians. We can be what we want.
And they call themselves white people over there.
White people. We can be a color that we're not over here. Whatever we want, we can be over here, because America's the land of make-believe for us, because we put these rules and laws in place that these Indians don't understand. And now we got them thinking that these rules and laws, which we're just adopting from things that were passed down to us, that we tweaked and tinkered with to fit what we want, they're even going as far as calling it the white man's law now, which means they're never going to learn it. So yeah, let them keep right on thinking whatever they're thinking. Let them conduct themselves however they're conducting themselves, because it ain't making no never mind to nobody else who understands how things are actually going. Now, the flip side to that is when you start to assert yourself, when you look into law, it's beyond just the bloodline, right? Because there's Irish people here that have Irish blood, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have citizenship in Ireland. That doesn't necessarily mean that they can go to Ireland and flex anything. It just means that they're an American that has Irish heritage.
Right.
That's how you're viewed here, as an American with Cherokee heritage, as an American with Narragansett heritage.
So if you got African blood, they're not going to kick you out the country?
No, you're an American with blood from wherever you came from. And I don't even like that term African. But I don't even like the term African, because African from where?
Right.
Just in general. All I'm saying is you're not going to get kicked out of the country if you have African heritage. That's not the criteria in which somebody's going to all of a sudden kick you out of the country.
Except for certain tribes that are operating on the colonial mentality, you're not going to get kicked out of your tribe for having African heritage.
Right.
Nope.
So we got to get past the one drop rule, because we're still operating off of it, whether we like it or not. We got to get past normalizing Europeans as the standards and as the experts. And we have to stop honoring and respecting our families, and understanding that the way we're doing things now is incorrect if we're talking about being Indians. You're not an Indian unless you're tied with a heritage that predates the U.S.
And the only thing that predates the U.S. here are the specific nations, not Indians. Indians are what they called the nations when they got here. There was no Indians until Europeans arrived. So if you're just an American Indian, you're still the product of Europeans. What type of American Indian are you? Because I'm a Nignuck. That's the type I am. That's my family bloodlines. That's my nationality. Nunhignuk. American Indian is just a political status. You might as well say I'm a foreign national. You might as well say I'm an immigrant. It's the same thing. A foreign national from where? An immigrant from where?
Right.
I'm an immigrant and I ain't got to follow the rules of the U.S. I'm an immigrant to here and I don't need to follow the rules of here. No, you're going to go sit right in jail. Because guess what? If the shoe was on the other foot and this was Nanhignuk territory and we were in control of it the way it was supposed to be, and someone popped up in our territory talking about, I'm not a Nanhignuk citizen, I'm going to do what I want here, I'm going to get them. All of us would. So why are we surprised when the U.S. does it?
Facts.
It's all families. It's all family relations. It's all family structure. And until we get back to that family element of it, nothing's going to move, because if we don't know who we are, these Europeans most certainly know who we are, and they know who we are down to the specific bloodlines and where the people are today. Yep. They know where you are at today if you descend from those people. Why? Because they got to keep tabs on their interests. If you're around, if you wake up and you come from one of those lines that can make these claims, they're in a whole heap of trouble. So they're going to keep eyes on you. They're going to want to know what's going on with you and your people, because they're going to want to know which one of you is starting to wake up. And how do they address the people that's starting to wake up? So yeah, it's all family. It's all, and that's what international law is, how the different nations agree to deal with each other. And then that becomes the standard. So what we should be doing and what Fauna has been doing is confederating with each other nations that have the same heritage, that have the same understandings of the importance and the foundational impact of culture, and building with them. And that's why you see Fauna, we have nations up here in the Northeast, we have nations from the Southeast, we have nations in the Caribbean. We're in treaty with nations all the way up in Canada and all the way down in the Pacific Islands. Why? Because when we engage with these people, we know that A, they're all traditional, and B, that they're the original people. Never mind what you might think they look like today, they can pull out their history. They can give you their oral traditions that lets you know who they are and where they come from. And what we found even more profound is that when you get on that level, there's really not even any conversation about skin tone or phenotype. Because everyone's like, oh, you're those people. Well,
they'll know your history. They'll know your history.
My people are these people. Is it true? Your people, this happened to you? Yeah, that happened to us. Oh, wow, because this is what happened to us. And then here's what's crazy, especially when we talk about Africa, because I've been in these dialogues. What happened to the African kingdoms is the same thing that happened to the Indian chiefdoms by the same people, the English. So why would we not formalize relationships with African nations to make our collective argument stronger? You not only did that on that side of the Atlantic, you did it on this side of the Atlantic. And the same people were doing it. So don't try to tell both of us that we both got it wrong. That sounds absurd. No, you got it wrong because you did that to us here. And when we spoke to them, you did the same thing to them.
Thanks.
The Turtle said, and it was the same person coming down doing it. So what do you mean you didn't do it? That's outrageous. If it's not about bloodline, then why can't white people do it? If it's just about lifestyle and traditions, why can't white people be Indians then? Why can't white people form tribal governments? See, this is the problem. Once you take the bloodline out, you open it up to anyone. And if it's open to anyone, then you cannot be like, oh, these white people, because they had the right to do it then. It has to be bloodline.
So there's a video I put up. Anybody want to watch it? It's this it's a girl. She's a descendant of one of these people whose pictures they're using. But she's explaining that she could either apply to be a Seminole or another tribe, whatever it was.
With the Sioux thing.
Yeah, she said, yeah, because she has the blood ties to either group. So there's not so much a gatekeeper. If you got the key, you can get in. The key is the bloodline. And that's not a rule that somebody can, well, technically, yeah, each individual tribe can make up their own rules according to, but that's treaty law. That's according to the United States government treaties, right? So that's only with federally recognized Indians. Like I said, I got the video. We'll go over that again one day. Dude breaks it down. He's a Shawnee. And but the point is, what's going to get you access to your people is having that bloodline tie. Now, if you don't got that bloodline tie, you can still observe the culture, and that'll get you access to the people. I think people want authority. They want to be able to call the shots. You know what I mean? They want all that. They don't want to just come in humble. They just want to come in. Yeah. Like, I just be happy to be in the building, bro.
I'll tell you, man, look, I came into the culture just wanting to learn, and people that I did not know had been watching me for years because they knew my family. So when the first tribe I was in was the Northern Narragansett tribe. And like I said, I was just going there. They would, because of all of the disputes and dysfunction around the federal recognition process, Indians up north, Narragansetts up north are like, we're just going to organize ourselves. We're just going to organize ourselves because we're Narragansetts too. We don't need to be federally recognized. So I came into that space and I literally was bumping into people like, oh, you're Juddy's grandson, because they used to call my grandmother Juddy. You're Juddy's grandson, or you're Sharon's son. And I'm looking at these people like they got 10 heads because I'm like, who are you? Oh, I remember your grandmother used to bring you your and so they're filling me in on my own experience and who I am because they know me. I don't know who I am. And then because they had been watching me, you should be the war chief for the tribe. And I'm like, oh, what? They're like, the war chief. I'm like, look, I'm not here for none of that. I just came because I want to know something about my people. It was what my grandmother wanted, and this is why I'm here. I'm not trying to be no one's war chief. I don't know nothing about the culture. I don't really know the people. I just want to support. And they just looked at me, and they nodded their head. Okay, we hear you. Yeah, you're right. No, we get you. And then what do you think happened at the next tribal body meeting? Ray should be the war chief. And I'm looking at these people like they're insane. Because I'm like, what do you, I just told you all last time, I don't know anything. And they're like, you'll learn it. Don't worry. We've been watching. We've been watching you.
Which comes back to what I was speaking of earlier, the spirit and the culture. I mean, that makes you as much of an Indian as anything else, even the blood, because it's Indians that got the blood.
There you go, tribal government. Now apply that. Take out the rich dad or person and put in an elder that has the knowledge. You can have the best idea in the world, but if you don't have an elder with the knowledge who will inform you, then there's only so far you can go before you get off into outer space because you just don't know. And once again, it's nothing to be ashamed of. It's nothing to feel bad about. What it should do to you is say, okay, I need to go find an elder that I can connect with to learn because I want to learn. And what you'll find is when you get into the culture, it's an honor to share who you learned from. So Turtle put up a picture of a very well-respected elder up here that passed a couple of years ago, Three Bears. And he put it up because we constantly hear as Northeast Indians, when we get on our thing, oh, well, you know, we're different people. You ain't like us. And Turtle put, well, if we're not like you, why you keep coming and running and hiding in these eastern woodlands every time you get attacked? Because this brother's throwing up Three Bears speaking a language, talking about we still speak our language. I am very proud to say I learned how to speak the language from Three Bears. That elder that everyone sees on there, when we started the drum group, we would meet on Tuesdays and Friday nights. Tuesdays would be language class before we started drumming, and Three Bears would pull up. And he'd have all of his documents, and he'd be like, all right, who remembers what the greeting is that we went over last week? and we would do that. Then we would take and incorporate what we were learning into new songs we were creating in our language. So if you look at any of the Eastern medicine singers stuff, what you're going to see is older songs that have been around for generations and newer songs written in our language based off of individuals like Three Bears who were coming in, listening and saying, "No, that's not good enough. No, I don't like that there. No, you're pronouncing that wrong." So it's an honor for me to go around and say, I learned how to speak the language from Three Bears. That's what you all want. You all, when you engage with other Indians, you want to say, like Turtle could say, I learned a lot of my traditions from Chief Man, from the Ramapos. And people are going to be like, oh, you learned from Chief Man. There's the legitimacy that everyone's looking for right there. You're connected to. Don't no one in this culture want to hear about what you was doing on your own. And we don't want to hear it because you ain't learned from no one. Once again, this isn't an attack on anyone personally, but you didn't learn from anyone that we know and respect. So why should we respect you? How do you actually know your culture?
Okay, so we got tribal government.
Hey, peace,
came up.
Brother. Thank you for coming on.
Peace. Thank you. We can talk direct now and really have the conversation.
Yeah, I have thought about this like that you're talking on right now in regards to not having somebody to learn from. And I wanted to ask, do you believe in like the creator, right?
Absolutely.
No? So you believe
that's fundamental, I would say.
Do you believe he's able to communicate and guide people directly? Like, okay, so if like I'm having this communication or conversation or realization that is directly coming from the creator, why is what I am saying not being taken into consideration because I don't have elders behind me backing what I'm saying, or I didn't get it directly from an elder?
I'll tell you why. Because where does it line up with tradition?
And what created told your elders?
Okay, again, and so if I say, if I'm having a direct communication with the creator and he is aligning me with these ideas and these concepts that we call, like, because we agree there's a difference between balance and like unbalance in nature. Like, we're supposed to be in tune with nature, and there's a certain balance that comes with that, right? Like, if you're not in tune with nature, then there's this dis-ease or disorder that comes about. Can we all agree to that?
This is true.
That's why you don't see lions walking with other animals.
Yeah, there's a balance and a structure to nature.
Balance and a structure, right? You only see a lion or any animal, you're gonna see them with their family.
Let me pose this. What if Creator gave you those thoughts so that you could be here for this conversation tonight to get the next part?
I'm willing to listen. I know that I don't know everything.
And let me ask tribal government, which nation are you from? Do you know which nation your people come from yet?
All I know is that my great grandmother told me I come from like Chiapas, Mexico, and there were some natives from the mountains. That's all I know.
Brother, listen. My wife is Purépecha from Mexico. I went down to visit the lands. The people are still there, brother. So if your people are from that, that's who you want to chop it up with your mother. She just put you on, and then I guarantee you got family back there that can put you on, so you can get everything, and then you can learn your specific traditions. Because what blew my mind, my wife told me, "Oh, my people are Purépecha," and I was like, I was being ignorant. Now I'm deep in my culture. I'm like, Purépecha, you mean Aztec? She's like, no, Purépecha. They call us Tarascans. So I'm telling her now, I go and Google it, and here the Purépecha pop up, and here's how wrong I am. They were there before the Aztecs moved in. They were the Aztecs' most formidable opponents, to the point where the Aztecs started doing trade with them because they couldn't conquer them. So to go down there and tell those people, oh, you're the Aztecs, and they would want to take my head off because that was their enemies at one point. And they do things differently than the Aztecs do them. Now, once again, all in tune with nature, all in tune with who their people, how, all of those general things.
Just different like traditions.
There you go. And that's where you find who you are, tribal government.
Absolutely.
In those differences.
Let me say this. So tribal government. So are you on TikTok?
No.
All right. So I'm gonna tell you right now on TikTok, there is, I tell you, this whole reconnection, indigenous reconnection, people reconnecting back to their tribes. It's really going on heavy in Mexico, South America. The thing is, a lot of them, because I read some of your things, a lot of them, all they have to go on is their DNA, right? They can't trace themselves back. So a lot of them are just, their starting point is the DNA, right? They're identifying where predominantly their DNA comes from, and they're starting to look into that. But the beautiful thing about that is there's so many people online, you can tap in with somebody from that particular place.
Thank you, brother.
So I'm saying go on TikTok. Don't take any stand one way or other. Just come on there wanting to make connections with people. I don't even want to know what you ultimately you think, right? What your opinion is. Go on there as a blank slate and meet some people from the areas that you think people are from, and just start to build with them. And I'm telling you, people are gonna bring you in. And if I don't know how, like, I don't know if it's DNA or your mother told you that's where y'all from, whatever the case is. Like this this indigenous reconnection thing is big, and a lot of, like I said, people in Mexico and South America, that's the way they move.
And listen,
so they're all having these conversations.
And tribal government, the elders from your nation are waiting for you to come back with the knowledge you have. They don't know how to navigate a lot of this system we're in right now. You do. What they want to give to you is your traditions to help you navigate this. What really helped me out was a quote from my uncle Chief Sunset, and he's in all of those pictures that are online. When you see Narragansett pictures, the taller one with the big white war bonnet on, that's my uncle. I grew up in the same neighborhood he lived in. He said he's a modern man of today. He's an Indian of today, a modern man who forgets not the faith of his forefathers. That was all the framing I need. I said, oh, so I got to navigate this space where I'm at right now, but I got to lean on the values, on the ethics, on the morals that my people had, and then I keep those alive through my traditions. When I go to a powwow, when I put my regalia on, I'm saying to the world, Iniski Tumpawad, we're still here. These same traditions, these same dances, the same language that you were terrified of when you got here in the 1500s and 1600s and 1400s, it's still here right now. You didn't kill it. We're still here. Look, I'm swinging this war club around just like I was swinging it around. My ancestors were. Connect with your people. Go on to there, like Turtle said, and just ask, is anyone from this region? My mother told me my people are from this region. I'm trying to reconnect. Who are the nations down there? My mother said we're from this village or this town. What are the nations that are tied to that town? Boom, someone's going to plug you in because they're waiting for that question.
Yeah, I need to do it.
Tribal government, what I wanted to say is thank you for joining the panel. First off,
absolutely. Thank you, brother. Thank you
for
posing these questions.
Henshe Estango. I wanted to say that, like the brothers were saying, me personally, I'm the type of person that likes to go there, and like he said, go to listen to what your great grandmother said. Go to the hills, go ask the questions. Everything, like you said, the spirit is going to lead you there. Once you led there, those elders are going to bless you up and give you certain things to take back with you here. Then when you come back here, whichever state you in, you want to take that authority or that knowledge of those traditions and go and talk to the elder tribes that are in that community or in your area and ask for their blessings. Then when you get their blessings, then after that, you will be able to find more people that come from where you come from and get them to come over, or even in that vicinity, and then they can come and join you. That's here.
Brother, I just Googled what Indian tribes lived in Chiapas, Mexico. Right at the top, history of Mexico, the state of Chiapas. The largest indigenous groups represented in Chiapas were, and I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, the Tzotzil, TZO-TZIL, 291,550 people. The Zoltal, TZELTAL, 278,577 people. The Chol, 140,806 people. The Zolke, 41,609 people. The Tojolapo, 37,677 people. The Kenjopo, 5,769 people. And the Mame, 5,450 people. I'm willing to bet that's one of your people right there.
Yeah, that's one of them. I need it. I'm definitely planning on buying some land in Mexico. It's cheaper. I could buy like a whole mountain.
Yep. And brother, what's more beautiful? Let me ask you, because I take this for granted sometimes because I'm here. My people were one of the families that said, "Nah, we're not leaving." Hold on, I got this block. My family said, "Nah, we're not leaving." So we're still in our lands, and I can't tell you what a wonderful feeling it is to take my children and walk up New Continent Hill, which is a half an hour from here, and say, "Your grandfather stood on this hill right here and gave permission for the founder of this state to be here." What better feeling can you have to be in your homelands, on the land where your people came from? And I'm not encouraging people to like get out of the U.S., but I'm just saying the notion you have that ability, brother, if you so choose to exercise it, to go to homelands and build something there. You have that with the knowledge if you follow through. And once again, like I said, because I've been down there, the government don't necessarily treat the indigenous folks well down there. They need people down there that know how to speak the language, know how these people in this government are thinking, and can advocate on behalf of the traditional elders and leaders down there that have that knowledge and that tradition, but just don't know how to navigate this space. What if that's your responsibility, brother? Not to start something new, but to go and help your people with the knowledge you have. What if that's what the Creator is saying to you?
And bring your connections that you have here with you. See what I'm saying? Like,
because you just connected with First Contact Nations here in America, the U.S. How powerful would it be to have a formal relationship between your people and these nations up here based upon the fact that we were all colonized First Contact, and now we're all getting together. We got past this, whether we speak English or Spanish, because neither of them are from here. We got past this phenotypically how we look, because at this point, most of us are mixed with something, and we got back to who we are at the essence. And now you're at the Narragansett powwow, but you're in your people's traditional regalia. So now when I see you there, I'm like, yo, hold up, brother. Where you from? Oh, I'm from such and such nation. And wait, hold up. Are you tribal government? Yeah, man. Oh, we got a whole different level of connection now, because we're tapping in more to who our traditions are and who our people are. Never mind this U.S. system. Never mind this colonial system. It's in our way. Let's get back to who we are and go right around it, because when we get back to who we are, what are they saying to you when you're like, this is who I am? What are they saying? No, you're not. What do you mean I'm not? This is who my bloodlines are. This is where they got to shut up. And then it's on you now, like we've been doing, to say, and since this is who I am, this is how the law applies to me and my people. This is what you're obligated to do, for not asking them, we need you to do this or what, but this is what you're supposed to be doing by law. This is why I went to law school, brother, because I was like, hold on a second, man. I got a general understanding, but it's the devil in the details. All right, we got to go to law school. Me and a brother who's Taino. And we came out of that like, oh, wow. Wait a minute. This happened down there like it happened here. Pretty certain it happened in Mexico. So how do we get together and figure out these common themes so that we can collectively get past them?
Yeah, I think I always say this, like one of the main things is filtering out the manipulators, because there are people who are in the community that just want to be a part of it to manipulate, either for money or just to get attention, just for chaos. Like these are things that happen just for power, because if you can control people, if you can get people's attention, what is it called? They call it fuck, hold on. It's called money. Money. The only reason money has power is because it influences people. So that's what people want. They want the ability to influence.
Yeah. They want that to be influence. Yeah, they call it influencers. That's the thing online. Are you an influencer? Oh yeah. Let me tell you. This ego is the biggest commodity in the world, right? If you can fill somebody's ego up, right? Either way, if you can make them feel good about telling them something, that in turn makes the person
matters.
Feel good about having an audience, and it's this. But they're going nowhere. It's a reciprocal. It's toxic love, bro. I'm telling you, this shit is so much bigger than just like tribal government is family government. Before you can get to family government, you got to get this toxic shit out of the fucking environment, out of the people. This toxic love we have. This I promise you everything and give you nothing, and you keep hanging around because you think that everything is right around the corner. But that around the corner is never coming. That's what these like the stuff you talking about is what these people are doing, and I've watched them for 15 years do it.
Let me put a name on the tribal government because me and Turtle been at their neck for the past week or so. Dane Calloway's one. If you want an example of a manipulator, he's just here to make you think we all Aboriginal, we all copper colored, but he don't want to put his own family information out there because of how people are, but he's putting our information out there. So there's the manipulation right there, and that's why me and Turtle been going so hard because we're like, yo, stop playing the people. Tell them what we're telling them. If you got this 15, however million people platform, why you never mind me, why you ain't invite none of the real people on who are still tapped in to say, here's an example of where we should all be heading to. Not because I'm Ray Watson and feed my ego. No, Two Hawks, look how he tapped in with his people. You can do the same. Everyone can do the same. Get like them. When they're not doing that, when they want to keep you in this research further, you know what I'm saying? There's the manipulation right there, because the only thing they should be saying is, like we said, find your family, get with your family, structure your family, build with other families, and that's how you'll get to where you're trying to go. And I'll share this tribal government, because it's not just talk with us. We'll post. Please keep tapped in. Next week, we're going to be at the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, but as FANA, not as begging it, but as FANA, Turtle's chief, Turtle's principal chief. He is FANA's head of Ministry of International Affairs. He just got diplomatic status at the UN, NGO, and ECOSOC because we said, nah, we're not doing that stupidity. We're getting back to our families. And once we did that, the international community was like, we know who you are. Thank you for stop playing in those stupid games with these governments, because most of us aren't getting along with the government that you're coming up under, or arguing that they're not doing this for you. So when you assert yourself the way you're supposed to and get back to how the entire world's operating, Creator opens doors for you. I ain't open no doors for me. Turtle ain't open no doors. We felt motivated by the Creator to speak and to move like you did. You're here tonight at this conversation because Creator put thoughts in your mind for you to be here tonight. If you weren't thinking the way you were thinking, you wouldn't have popped on here to start a dialogue, and we wouldn't have been able to have this conversation with you. So nothing that the path that you've been on, at no point should you think that you've been doing things incorrectly. You've been operating in the space and the knowledge that Creator has presented to you, and now you just got some more. So now the question, once again, the responsibility, what do you do with this knowledge you just got? I posted in the chat, you can see it.
I try to tap into the tribal communities in where I'm at. I'm in San Antonio, and I got adopted into a family. Yeah, I got adopted into a family and stuff. But I just feel like again,
you already know you're moving right.
Yeah, but I just feel like I wrote it in the chat, like the same kind of mentality you were just speaking on earlier when I was in chat, when in terms of like not having a good family structure, that definitely plays a big role in my like position and like voice in the tribe. Like literally, I was considered an outsider. I've been a part of the tribe for the past like 15 years before like any of the the chiefs or medicine men or anything, kids were even involved. I was there like helping get all this stuff started. And whenever they needed my help, I would just volunteer and show up, dig holes, you know, for the sweat lodges or make teepees or make, you know, we would have like events where we do powwows and we would sell food. So we would be like every year, whatever they needed help with, I would just help them. They would do dances, drumming, whatever. And basically after their kids started coming around, they put me on the outside of the circle. And there is this whole legal situation. Like the guy is a part of the cop force and he knows like about stuff that's happening in the system. There is a whole bunch of illegal stuff happening.
So this is a federally recognized tribe, right?
No, in Texas they don't. In Texas they don't have federally recognized tribes.
Like up here,
but it's a state recognized though. It's state recognized though. So they still have to operate within the state confines.
Yeah, but there's still corruption. Like corruption is a thing that happens.
Yeah.
So let me just say this about all of those. I'm gonna say real quick, Two Hawks. So about all these tribes, so you have the traditional people, then you have the governmental people, right?
Yeah.
The governmental people are usually the corrupt ones, and the traditional people are the ones that are. So you seem like someone who's more aligned with the traditional side, right? That would be at odds with the government. The issue is, and what I'm finding out amongst, because I've been having conversations, there's the parts of the groups of the tribes, the clans of the tribes that run the corporations are different clans than the ones who run the traditional
and the culture.
So that's where the problem is.
Yeah. I don't want to say any certain clan names, but I could definitely see a certain pattern. I can see a certain pattern.
Don't say no clan names.
Let me share this to you, brother. We've got one federally recognized tribe here in the state, but there are 10 tribes here in the state. There's no state recognized tribes. And my mother is on the rolls for the federally recognized tribe, but me and my brothers aren't.
Yeah.
My mother's sister, my aunt, her children who are younger than me are on the rolls. When we got deeper into it, we realized, they're only letting certain of us on because our family's so big and they don't want to give up any of the power they have down there. So they let some on, others they don't. And if you start to get too lippy or mouthy about how you think things are supposed to go, you might be off the roll. So now you have almost the majority of the tribe that know things are going badly, but don't want to say anything because they don't want to miss out the little that they're getting.
And that's why I brought up this whole idea of like the fact that forming tribal federally recognized tribes is like a gatekeep type of thing. Like
yes, that's a gatekeeper, absolutely. And we're none of that.
We're not federally recognized. We went the traditional route.
But even you said like in the traditional like sense or mentality, like if I wanted to be like, yo, I want to start a tribe. I want to start with people who are in touch with their roots and they're just like a mixture of different races. Like how would you determine like if I was just like a straight up Mexican, like a Japanese guy, how would I determine
I would say that, but you wouldn't have any jurisdiction, so you would want to align yourself with a tribe that would
because it's tied to the land.
That would allow you to share land.
There's thousands of tribes, right? Aren't there thousands of tribes? Like there wasn't just one tribe that owned all the land. Like
so, you got to find the right tribe that is.
And they're all.
But how did tribes form? But how did tribes form?
Though? That were there by the families that were in that land. So this is what I was saying. Like so, for example, up here in we were Narragansetts up here because we were all blood families living in a general area. Other tribes were other families living in those areas. Now, we might share the areas, but if we're having a disagreement, I'm going to link up with the Narragansetts because that's who I am, and I'm going to go fight with the Narragansetts. So the lands, there was still a sense of ownership over the land. It just wasn't this private individual sense of ownership that Europeans turned it into.
I don't want to own the land. Again, I would want to protect. I would want to set these measures in place where, again, I'm talking about a self-sustainable ecosystem.
Yes.
Like this is a thing that we don't talk about. Whenever the first problem I said we would have to address is recognizing the manipulators within the system, within the community. The second step would be to be self-sustainable. We need to create. We need to create. I'm already working on designs for it, and I bought like $1,000 worth of stuff to build it, like a small version. We need to make a greenhouse that generates electricity, water, and food, and it will be a self-sustainable ecosystem. And
brother, let me ask, why couldn't you form a nonprofit right now and do that?
I'm working on that. I'm working on it, but the nonprofit is gonna be more centered. It's gonna have that in there, but it's gonna be more centered around like people's intellectual property rights and stuff for inventors.
Sure. So let me share this there, brother. Let me throw this as a strategy. Separate the two. You connecting and reforming with your tribe, separate that from the work you want to do for the people where you're at.
Exactly.
And make them two paths that you travel. Because you can still do everything you're doing where you're at with the people that you want, whether you were Indian or not. Europeans do it all the time. They form all these environmental, and then they take and they adopt. I just wrote a message on someone today. There's some group here in Massachusetts talking about they're doing a workshop on how to make native flutes and native hand drums. And then when I go reading their webpage, there's not an Indian involved. So I wrote right on there, why are you in Massachusetts talking about generic native flutes and drums instead of linking up with one of the tribes where you're at and directing people towards them? So you can do whatever you're doing in the manner you want to do it now, and then utilize the re-engagement with your tribal heritage as another path that you're on. And you can walk them both at the same time. You don't need to do one or the other. Do them both. Help the people where you're at, address those issues, but for your own personal, make that connection that your grandmother was telling you. And then I'll tell you what, as you start to make those connections and then can share with the people where you're at, your own traditions, people naturally start to look at you as the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's got the knowledge. He knows what he's doing. Let's get with him.
Yeah. So let me give you an example. So where you're at, the things you want to do, you do it with the people you're at, right? That now is something that you could utilize to create a relationship with your people. Now you can bring something that you've already tested with this group. You can now bring that to your people. So now you're not only coming to your people to learn, but you're also coming to bring something to them.
There you go. Now imagine going down to your people down there, the mountain Indians, and you're like, well, I got a system for agriculture that we can set up, that we can what? And you're such and such's great grandson? Bring them on in. Let's hear. And now you're in that circle that they had at the tribe you were at, because now you're part of that blood heritage. Now you're not an outsider. You're one of them.
Yeah.
And you're a resource for the people.
There you go.
Yeah. And then another thing, tribal government, you in Texas?
Yeah, Texas, yeah.
Southern Texas?
I would say where's San Antonio at?
Well, my brother in San Antonio. I'm gonna have to pop up on you. My brother in San Antonio, yo.
Oh shit.
My brother, man. And the tribe,
brother.
And the tribe you were dealing with. I'm not saying you have to say their name or anything, but where are they located? They're also in San Antonio, or a little bit further down south.
Yeah, I think the name is what is it called? The Tapilan called Coatecan Nation.
Okay. Because I'm saying that to say a lot of times you're not really in foreign land, so to speak, because like we were talking about earlier, the United States, it didn't even come over there until it didn't even pass the Mississippi to the 1800s.
1800s.
Yeah, so they wasn't even over there. So at that time, stuff was still Mexico. So you're probably still, before you're still in ancient territory, is what I'm saying, according to your people.
Oh man,
like let me give you an example. My Cherokee and African mixed ancestors, that are over in South Carolina. They're in Gaffney County. They've been there since the 1600s. But it wasn't no North Carolina there in the 1600s. And then my father's family is in South Carolina, which is actually just the next county, but it's in North Carolina, right there in Cherrysville County. I mean, Gaston County, but it's in North Carolina. Cherokee County is right below it, but it's in South Carolina. But at the time that my family was there wasn't no South or no North Carolina as a state of the United States. So it's like
his people might still be there.
And this is so now, if I can, because I just put 2 and 2 together, why there's no federally recognized tribes in Texas? Because you all have relationships with the Spanish crown, and the U.S. don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that you got a relationship for them. So you
don't. There you go.
Them on paper. They didn't want
to hear their treaties are being
going on up here in the Northeast. We don't want to hear about you people.
Yeah, their treaties are being spanned.
Oh, you don't exist. We took this from Mexico. What you mean you have rights for Mexico?
Yeah, there is no treaties because they was under the papal bulls.
Yeah.
Diversa.
Yeah, that's already. I already knew all that. I didn't even bring it up. But
I'm recapping that. I'm
no, this is new to us, brother. That light bulb just went off in my head. Like, oh wow, wait, hold on a second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Good times.
Yep, you're still in the ancient land, bro.
Hey, brother, listen, man. Tap in with us, man. Stay connected with us, man, because you're down in that territory. We're way up here in the Northeast, so we can only go off of what our experience is. But we need to know what's going on in other areas so we can learn and make these connections like I just did. And then ideally, hopefully share some things that have been working up here that nations in that region can use in other nations. We're about getting to the people. We want to share what one of the things that's been blowing a lot of indigenous folks' minds out here that Fonda did was we formed our own court system amongst ourselves. Well, why do we got customs and traditions that predate you all? And this is the real thing. None of our stuff is written down. So in this European system, it doesn't exist. So what we said was, well, we'll write our court system down the way we see it. So now when you come and say, well, no, here's our laws and our customs right here. We wrote them down for you. We wrote them down. We didn't need one of you to come and interpret what we were saying for us and then position it in a way where it makes the U.S. good. We wrote it down here. Here's what we wrote down. Do you see any issue with this? And they don't want to touch it because they know legally it opens up a can of worms because now your people are in court arguing something that's not domestic U.S. or not Mexican, something that predates.
Yeah.
There's nothing to even say.
Yeah, this just real quick. This speaks to the whole gatekeeper thing. Yep. The only thing that's keeping the gates, keeping you out, is our own lack of knowledge and procedure, and this thought that we need somebody's permission. If you're right and exact, you don't need the permission. That's what we mean when we say, like, if you have if you're bringing your tribe back into existence and you can connect them to a historical tribe, you can move forward based on that because that's right and exact and they can't deny it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? If you're moving in another capacity, you got to find a way to move right and exact within that capacity.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Still might get you to the same end goal. You know what I mean? But which way is you moving? A lot of people are trying to move in a tribal way when really they don't have that root to secure them to be able to move that way. But it doesn't mean you can't move that way. You just got to get in a different lane and still get to where you need to get.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And then at the same time, building alliances with people who are in that lane. So now you can lean on them.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? That's what this shit really is about. And a lot of people are trying to deny the work that brothers like Two Hawks, Fauna, many others, myself, have done for 15, 20 years. It's actually put us in a position that we never imagined. But it's put us in a position to be like, oh shit, we the ones that could help.
Brother, and I know you had to say, I never would have imagined when I started on my path that I would be sitting here talking to a brother down in the San Antonio region who's sharing you couldn't, like I said, my grandmother passed, and I felt horrible that I had not been listening to what she was telling me about my people. And I said, you know what? The least I can do is honor her request that I know more about my culture and my people. And to your point, once I made that decision, Creator just took me to places I didn't want to go because I didn't feel I knew enough. I didn't feel like the people were going to listen. I felt like they were treating me like I'm an outsider, and Creator just kept saying, no, keep going. All right, if they're not accepting you, that's fine. This group over here will accept you. I didn't learn my traditional culture from Narragansetts. I learned it from Pocassetts, Pokanokets, Nipmucks, and Narragansetts like me who weren't in the tribe down there, but who were still like, whether we're in the tribe or not, this is our culture and we're keeping it alive. And in following that path, it led to a point now where all of these other Narragansetts have said, you know what? We should be doing that. And now all of these issues that were being caused for the people generally by the one federally recognized tribe are now all being exposed because everything they were saying is now being shown to be not true. No, you're not the only tribe in the state. No, you're not the only Narragansetts around. Here we are. Here's our blood. Here's how we've organized ourselves. You have to deal with this now. And it's like shaking the foundations of the very state because they can't deny us. They can't push us away. They can't say we're extinct anymore. They have to deal with us now. And then to your point, now the problem is we're fighting against people within our own community who are feeling like they're going to lose some money or they're going to lose some power or some influence. So now the issue with even the state or the government is these Indians. The Indians are the problems now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, all this fighting I've been doing, and I'm fighting with you all now.
Yeah, it's about power. Like once you have power and like some kind of authority, people don't want to let go of it. And yeah, it becomes this thing where it's about a monarchy or like a king and a bloodline. Instead of it being about who's the best person for the community to lead, it becomes, well, who is the bloodline's chief? Because that's who should be in charge. The family that has been in charge. Not who's the best person to lead the nation.
And traditionally speaking, because we weren't kings, if that chief or if that family were not leading the tribe correctly, the tribe would have removed them and to your point, put the right person in position.
Yeah, it's not about bloodline. It's not about your great grandpa was Sitting Bull. He could do no wrong. Right?
No, it's definitely not. That's
not how when you start that's not how things work.
Yeah, that's not how real life works.
No, it wasn't.
That's a matter of fact, that's a European perspective because the king, he's the king. He ain't going nowhere. He could have raped your sister, and guess what? He's the king.
Yep.
So they're all operating under this colonized American mindset of, well, this is who we are, so this is how it is, and no matter what, this is, and it really should be, this is who the tribal people say the leaders are, and you're the leader till you're not the leader anymore.
But I think traditional culture, like this thing that we consider to hold sacred, again goes back to maintaining like this balance between people and our environment. And if the leaders aren't doing this, then they shouldn't be leaders. But we have a whole bunch of people who are put in positions of power to be little puppets.
So let me say this, not to cut you off, but what I tried to allude to earlier is people are looking for leadership from the corporate side, not the traditional side. The traditional side is leading and guiding, but everybody got their eyes on the prize, which is the corporate side, which is the incorporated aspect. This is why people think there's a gate. The gatekeepers are just there to keep you away from that check. Ain't nobody keeping you from actually living the culture and implementing it amongst your family and moving forward and being patient and knowing that, guess what? We move 7 generations at a time. The things we do 7 generations, with the thought of how it's going to affect us 7 generations in the future. You know what I mean? That speaks to patience, right? But people want it right now. And the right now is what? It's that check. It's that federal recognition. So I'm like, people like, so this is why I say the leadership is not in the corporate. The people who are placed in the corporate leadership for these tribes, that these are the people that we're talking about are misleading us.
Yeah.
Why are we looking to them? That is the person who runs the store. Like, they separated church and state, right? Right? I'm just saying the Europeans separated church and state, right? Which means they look at their spiritual leaders and their governmental leaders as different people, and they don't conflate the two, right?
That's not our people.
We look at our tribes, and people who are scrutinizing the tribes look at their corporate leadership as if it's their spiritual, and it's not. Them people who are running the corporation, many of them are able to gain positions like that because of their education, right? Not because of their bloodline. Like, someone there's only one way to be a part of a tribe, or two ways, they say: be born into it or marry into it. There's 5 ways to join the corporation. See what I'm saying? So we keep looking at the corporation as the people, and it's not. Stop judging native, traditional, anything on what the corporation is doing. You got to go find the real people. And this is when we start talking about the clans. We're not going to mention clan names, but this is when you start to have a better understanding of what's going on. You're going to know what clans you need to be looking for within these nations.
Yeah. I'll share. There's one tribe up here. I won't mention them either, but literally they have a division going on in the tribe right now, because a certain sect wants to keep chasing after federal recognition. But the clans that we're dealing with are like, nah, the way you all are doing it is the way it should be done. We want to get with you, but they're fighting within the tribe right now. From my point, though, I don't think that's a bad thing, because if they're fighting within the tribe, that means there's a struggle around what they should be doing, which means that there's conversations around there's another route to consider. And for me, that's creators' work, because 10 years ago, there was no other conversation about any other route. And now you're bending over backwards to these Europeans, begging them to accept you for who you are. And to me, that is when our people are in their most lowliest state, when we're begging Europeans to acknowledge us for who we are. And to Turtle's point, it's usually because we want some money. We want a contract to be able to tap into the federal funding. And now, because that's what our goal is, right? Who's the leadership we're looking for? We're not looking for the one who knows the culture. Nope. We're not looking for the one who is the role model for the tribe. We're looking for the one who can tap into the system.
Cut the check,
who can get the meeting. Because if they can get the meeting, then we might. So we know they're shady. We know some money disappeared over here. We know that such and such said they were going to do this, but they did that. But they're the ones who were tapped into the system. And to Turtle's point, we're so close. We've been chasing. I've had people say, we've been chasing federal recognition for 40 years. We're not going to stop now. It's the only thing I want in life. And I'm like, the only thing you want in life is for these Europeans to acknowledge you for who you already are? That's what your goal is in life? For Europeans to acknowledge you for who you already are? It sounds absurd.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's all some people want, is for them to bow down, for them to admit it, and then that's it.
All right, so I'm going to share a little bit of this video for a moment.
But I think I can hear him talk, but I don't think anything was coming up.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to share. Hold up. Everybody there? Everybody there
yes.
still?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to share a little bit of this video. This is a brother. He's an absentee Shawnee, and he shares his he shares some insight on the corporations, right? So I think this is important for just so people get an understanding of what this stuff really is.
This corporation here, everyone has made a corporation. Our corporation is called this. The White Turkey and Big Jam, they formed this corporation to protect our treaty rights, culture, heritage, everything who we are. Okay, so you have a people like the Katua people, original people. They made this corporation here. Everyone has made a corporation. Our corporation is called this. Absentee Shawnee Tribe of Oklahoma. Here's our code of laws, table of contents. Right here, right off the bat, the treaty. It has these people in it. All these people of the faith, okay? You got to read these treaties. These are active primary law, just as the Americans' Constitution. It's a real deal, Holyfield, people. Here's in consideration of the peace now established for the cessions of land traded over there to over here. It's right here in the treaty. Now, here, if any citizens of the United States or any other white person or persons, which is a persona, which is a corporation, shall presume to settle upon the lands now relinquished by the United States, such citizens or other persons shall be out of the protections of the United States. What does that mean? Oh, I'm glad you asked that. That means as a federal tribal prosecutor from a holy land, a ceremonial law can use ceremonial law on these people, personas, citizens. Remember, Stitt's a citizen of Cherokee Nation. He's a citizen by my treaty. He's over here in Indian country, Oklahoma, the land of the red man, or home of the red man, however you want to word it. It's all federal. He's trying to make it a sovereign state. As long as I'm out here on the Treaty of Greenville, there is no terra nullius, which means the people are extinct or the land is vacant. The people are still here. It's just now one of us has a law degree to protect you, your children, and your children's resources, the skies they spray, all for the record. I always say, for the record, we don't consent to the sparrow saw attack in Indian country. So it's going to be for the record that these youth, young people, children not yet here yet can get damages and relief. Maybe they get a full body Kim suit. Because maybe you start walking like that now. I don't know. But you read it right here for yourself. Screenshot that. Or Google the Treaty of Greenville. Or your own treaty, wherever you're at. The law still exists. It is a primary law of the land. Primary law of the land. Let's keep on going. It doesn't just stop there. Hang on. The said tribes of Indians, parties to this treaty, shall be at liberty to hunt within the territory and lands which they have now ceded to the United States. That means I can go to Ohio to sacred sites and go hunting at will. Okay? Don't go getting those freak. I don't ever get that stuff. I once played it, but I got tired of paying. I said, man, I got a treaty, and I started exercising my rights on that. Trade shall be open with the said Indian tribes, and they do hereby respectfully engage and afford protection to such persons, their property, and the duly licensed to reside among them for the purpose of trade. That's what the Social Security card's for. Remember, they told the Shawnee, here's a Social Security card. It's not you. It has letters and numbers you're authorized to use to engage with us. See, it's right here. It says it right there. But if you don't know your treaty, you have no law, and they want you to have no law. Now here, Article 9. Lest the firm peace and friendship now established should be interrupted by the misconduct of individuals, Thomas Couch, all these magistrates, the Geisy, the Jews, all of them, misconduct of individuals, United States, and the said Indian tribes agree that for the injuries done by the individuals on either side, no private revenge or retaliation. Okay, so that's why you use ceremonial law, creator's law, for the protection of his children. But instead, therefore, complaint shall be made by the party injured to the other by the said Indian tribes or any of them to the President of the United States or the superintendent, that is Deb Holland, by him appointed, and by the superintendent or other person appointed by the President to the principal chiefs of the said Indian tribes or the tribe to be pursued as shall be necessary to preserve the said peace and friendship unbroken until the legislature or great council of the United States shall make the equitable provisions. That means money in the case. So ICWA is going to have money coming to them. ICWA won't, because it's old stuff. That's why they made ICWA, because ICWA is a failure. They don't want to bring up ICWA.
Yeah, so I don't want to play the whole video. I really don't got the time for it tonight. I just wanted to share a little bit of that. The video is up, so anybody wants to go watch the whole video, he breaks it down. And he gets into exactly who shareholders are. He talks about how there are people who are adopted into the tribe because of, because they have degrees, all different type things. And basically he's letting you know that the people that you see as the face of tribes are just the faces of the corporations. They're not the actual people. And that's where a lot of this confusion is coming from.
Hey, brother, I just posted into the link into the chat just some information I was just finding, but I just put a link in there, and it's to a website, Family Search, but it's specifically about Mexico indigenous peoples, and it's got all of the tribes listed here and where they're located at. So, and I'm sharing this not just for you, brother, but I'm sharing this also because from a lot of the folks up this way, there's this notion that, and it's just really this is where the manipulation comes from. The folks down there that don't look Negro aren't the indigenous folks that are there, but then they're only going to point to the Olmec. They're only going to point to the Aztec. And there's at least 68 distinct tribal nations in Mexico, and then they're all broken down into smaller tribes and clans. So I'm sharing that also for the others that might see this, that they'll better inform themselves so that they'll get past all of these colonial things that were fed to us about color and skin tone and hair texture and all that, and start to understand what the actual diversity of these lands are outside of anything European. We have to remove ourselves from this European concept. What the brother just said there in the video was fantastic. He said he started paying for it, and then he realized, well, hold on a second. I got a treaty. What am I paying for? You only pay when you allow yourself to pay or when you have to. So if he doesn't have a treaty or treaty rights to enforce, he got to pay. But if he has treaty rights, he don't got to pay.
So it's not so much that they broke treaties, is are people enforcing the treaties? Are they standing on their treaty rights?
There you go.
And for those of us who have lost the knowledge of who we are, like that's called eminent domain, right? If you've lost that knowledge, someone's going to take that space from you. You know what I mean? So if you haven't enforced your rights, it ain't that they're not honoring the treaties. You're not honoring your part of it, which is to enforce your rights.
And at one point, it was understandable why they weren't enforcing the treaty rights, because they would just come and kill you. That's why people stopped saying they were Indians. That's why they just went and assimilated. But we're not in that time period anymore. They're not, well, at least here, not here in the U.S. I know in some other parts, they're still killing indigenous folks, but they're not doing that here in the U.S. So in my opinion, we have a tremendous responsibility to be very vocal about these things, to not let things just keep continuing on, because if we let them continue on, then I have children right now, my son and my daughter, they're going to be fighting the same fight I am. And shame on me if my daughter and my son are fighting the same exact battle that I am, because I wasn't putting myself in a position, like Turtle said, to structure things so that 7 generations from now, they'll be in a different place. So just sharing all that, put that in the thing there. Once again, tribal government, Katapatush, thank you for coming on here tonight and engaging us in this dialogue, because it allows us to have these discussions. And thank you to everyone that's in the audience listening who are tapping into what's real, not what sounds good to your ears, not what makes you feel like, yeah, that's what I've been talking about, but are actually seeking on how to do this the right way, because there's a right way and there's a wrong way to do it. And it's not based on what I think. It's not based on what any of us individually think.
Ain't no thinking in it. It's knowing.
It's knowing. And then I was saying, after you know, you have to start the being. And brother, you're on the path. You're already there for being. You know who you are. You're getting there. You know, the next step, and this is where you're trying to get to, is the doing. So there's the knowing. Once you get the knowledge, you have to start the being. And that's when going around the people, which you've already been doing. And then comes the doing. Okay, I see that this is what's going on with my people. This is what I feel I need to do now that I have the understanding of who I am and I'm with my people. Now I can see what needs to be done. And that's the path that everyone has to take. I don't care what you went through, because all of us went through something. And that's the other thing. So many of our people are trapped in this victim mentality that these things happen to us. Yes, they did. Yes, they happened to us. But guess what? The things that happen to us aren't actually happening to us right now. They happen to us by the fact that we are coming from these people who that happened to, but we're now in a position to start making things right for what happened to our people. And if we're consistently in this victim mentality where we want to fight, we want to lash out, we want to blame someone, we might be absolutely right in our feelings, but nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to change. So to everyone out there, please, we're only sharing this with you because this is what we found to work. And Turtle put the posting up of Chief Yanaguska. Next week, we'll have pictures and video up. We're only sharing the path that has been laid out before us. We're not sharing what we want everyone to do. We're not sharing what we think, because we could be wrong. We're sharing the path that Creator has laid out that we've been following, that just continues to be laid out in front of us. Just continues to be laid out in front of us, literally like someone's paving the path saying, yeah, keep going that way. You got it. Keep going that way. No, don't slow up. Keep going that way. You got it.
Yep. So we'll close on this note. So Sand Hill Principal Chief Dr. Ronald Yanaguska Holloway named ambassador to the United Nations. So 15 years ago, did I know who Ronald Yanaguska Holloway was? Of course I did. Know what I mean? Had I had a relationship with him? Not yet. I was going through the process I could to educate myself, but also to create, while I'm on this path, to turn myself into more than just somebody who's coming looking for something. I wanted to be somebody who's bringing something to the table. So over the past 15 years, we did everything we could to spread the word, to be visible. And in the process, I'm able to be reconnected with my tribe. Now I have a relationship with my chief, be a part of what's going on. You know what I mean? Meet people like Two Hawks, create a great friendship and bond with him. He's my family. He's my brother. You know what I mean? Like these are the things that are happening for people as we move in, in that right energy, right? And we're showing this stuff to you because this is what you're supposed to do. You're showing proof of what you do. We ain't talking about what we gonna do. We showing you what we've been doing. And Two Hawks, myself, and a host of bunch of other people who people might consider content creators. We're not content creators. We're sharing some real shit with you. That if everybody is trying to move in this space, this might be something valuable to you. Pick over it, mull over it, see if you can learn something from it. Like everything might not be for you. Everything ain't for everybody, but we know we've done some things that are going to be valuable and instrumental to people moving forward who want to move in these spaces. You know what I mean? So just take the time to not listen to what everybody else is saying about what we're doing, the slander, and go look at what we're doing for yourself.
and this is what you're gonna find.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. You want to read this, Two Hawks? You know you
Yeah, I'll read it, and because I just had the opportunity to be so intimately involved with this. The United Nations has done its due diligence in completing a thorough investigation into Fauna and Principal Chief Holloway. This was the international eyes, like I said, looking and saying, are these people really who they say they are? And this is international resources to check into Chief Yanagusa's background. And at the end of it, we are who we say we are. So what's the next step? Based upon the findings of the investigation, the United Nations appointed Principal Chief Holloway as Fauna's ambassador and granted him permanent NGO credentials. Now, this is the key. He also received the ECOSOC badge. That gets us into all of the conferences, communications, all of that, unless it's for like the Security Council, all of those things that they put in place to protect the European power structure, which, as you can see, has some real divisions going on in it right now. His duties would be multifaceted. The world's indigenous nations / tribes often turn to the United States for funding. So this is the key. He's been placed on a committee that determines where funding goes when requests come in from indigenous nations and tribes. Now think about that. Not only has he been appointed there, but he's been appointed to a committee that can help direct resources to what indigenous nations need. And he's on there coming from one of these that can say, no, the federal recognition process isn't good. No, we don't get what we need. This is why we need support directly from the United Nations. And I'll also share this. Our engagement with the United Nations is not so that we can be all up in the mix of the United Nations. It's to figure out what resources are there and also to make connections with other indigenous nations to share the knowledge that we have so that hopefully they can move in this same capacity so that in the future, there's a bunch of indigenous nations that are in this same space as Fauna is. So we're really just trying to lay this out. I think there's one more. Is there one more page there, Turtle? Or is that the last one? He is also representing Fauna's interests on the world stage. So Fauna is a confederacy of 9 nations right now that have to meet very strict standards in terms of who they are, where their areas are, and what their rights are. But because we have that, we're on par with everyone else. So now the UN is saying, yes, and you should be up here on this international stage sharing your concerns and your interests because you're who we need to hear from. Let me finish reading the space. He will be expanding Fauna's domestic and international relationships, as well as attending expert mechanisms globally to ensure Fauna's awareness and input on key issues, which in turn will be used to assist in crafting domestic and international policies for Fauna. See, as soon as we assert ourselves as who we are as equals to these people, they deal with us as equals. If we keep going and complaining about everything that's happening to us, we are considered their wards. We are considered to be whining about the people that are in charge of us. And there's so many colonial governments doing the same thing to their indigenous populations. There's no way on earth they're sticking their nose into what's going on in the U.S., what's going on in Canada, or what's going on in Mexico. However, they will support international law as soon as the nations start to conduct themselves accordingly. So at the end of the day, it all falls back on us as the people to get past the manipulators, to get past the colonial systems that seek to strip us of our sovereignty and our heritage, and to be the sovereign nations that we are, to be it, to never mind all of the things. I don't want to say that, not to say never mind, but to take what's happening to us in the proper context and then figure out the strategy that we need to utilize to get past it. And I'll add this, and I'll stop my remarks here. We organized and established Fauna in 2015. Trump got in office, in 2016? And the first thing he started doing was federally recognizing tribes. Why? Because if more tribes start doing what we're doing, where's the foothold that the U.S. has? They don't have any. So all of a sudden, tribes that had been denied before and by the standards couldn't apply again, all of a sudden they could apply again. All of a sudden, tribes who it would have cost a whole bunch of money to go through the process, now all of a sudden those fees aren't there as stringent or as as big as they were before. Why? Because hold on a second. Those tribes figure something out. If we don't get the rest of these tribes before they latch on to what those tribes are doing, we're not going to have any control at all. Let's loosen up. So just by what we're doing, we keep watching the system adapt, trying to keep up with us, but they can't, because we are who we say we are, because we're moving in the capacity that we are, and we're not willing to say to them, well, just give us something and we'll trade it away. Give us some money and we'll trade it away. Recognize us for who we've always been, and we won't be problematic. No, I had a conversation with some local city government today, and I told them, look, let me remind you that the tribe is a separate sovereign from the state. So we're not under any regulatory authority of the city. You're a municipal agency. However, because you're in our lands and because we want to be good neighbors with you, if you have any questions about how we engage with our lands, if any of our traditional ways conflict with what your setup is, let's have some discussion about it. Because at the very least, you'll understand where we're coming from and why we're doing. And at best, maybe your concern is something that we should take into account and figure out some policy on our end on how to address it. Whatever the case may be, the bottom line is you're going to do things the way that we say in our lands, and we're going to be good stewards of our lands, not be selfish, not turn into the Europeans that we haven't liked. And we're going to treat you all as if you're guests in our lands, that we should take into account some of the concerns that you have because you're guests in our lands. All of the nations need to start thinking like that they are sovereign, that these are their lands, and the only thing that's missing is them structuring themselves so that this European system can engage with them. The brother said it. They formed a corporation. Why? Because this is all commerce. So if you don't exist commercially, you don't exist. You're non-existent. You're extinct. Secondly, if you exist commercially, but if you exist in a domestic capacity, then you're underneath them because you formalized yourself commercially underneath them. If you go the route that the Fauna nations did, formalize a commercial person that is structured according to international standards, well, now it's an international conversation you're having. And the question we pose all the time, and Turtle brought it up in the beginning, was, well, why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? What do you mean we can't? Why can't we? We put it right back on them. Why can't we? If they want to pull out agreements and all that, we'll pull out the treaties, but they don't want to do that. So what do? They back off, or they try to present it as if they have some authority that they don't. And once it becomes very apparent that they don't, they just shut up, because no one wants to get into court with Indians who are in the proper capacity. So for everyone, please take Turtle and I out of it. Look at the path that we're on. Look at the things that are being achieved and follow that. If you find an internet sensation that is at the place where they've gotten a diplomatic appointment at the UN and an ECOSOC status, and they're doing more than us, then follow them. Absolutely, we should be following them. But if that's not the case, if we are the ones who are at the forefront of this, if we are those natural people, if we've gone through experiences just like you have, then follow the path. There's no need to create anything, no need to think. Yeah. Follow the path.
Because it's not even us, it's the path. Now, one thing, and you kind of answered this, I just got one last little thing I want to answer you. Don't have to be too in depth. I just want to see how you feel about this. So, although Fauna, right, 9 nations, do you feel as though Fauna, Two Hawks, Turtle, Chief Bell, everybody that we're associated with, those of us who were at a place where we can actually have a voice, are we responsible for even the people who might not agree with? Like, are we responsible for everybody, for being a voice for everyone?
No, absolutely not. And that's where people get into trouble. How are you gonna be the voice for everyone? No, because people are different. Be the voice for your people and link up with others. And that's what Fauna's doing. Fauna's not exclusive to the 9 nations that are in Fauna. We just set standards, and these are the 9 nations that said, okay, let's move this forward. So everyone, find out who you are, and then engage with people in the capacity that you are. And don't try to put, you're a grown adult trying to tell another grown adult that they're responsible for you, with no blood connection, with no community or cultural connection, just a skin tone and a shared experience that happened anywhere Europeans went. But you don't want to hear any connection to Africa, even though they were being colonized by the English just like we were. It's insane. Fauna's not for everyone. Everyone's responsible for themselves. However, if you get responsible for yourself and organize yourself correctly, you have other nations here that are sympathetic, that can relate, and that are standing here saying, we've been waiting for you. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you. Where you been? Now that you're here, this is what we're working on. What do you think? Let me add this. We've got a connection right now with the African Union. Just had some conversation earlier today with Yana Guska. I introduced him to some representatives I met through High Priest King Langley, who is the we call the principal chief of the Savannah River Band of the Yuchian Indian Nation. He made that introduction. And in that conversation, when I started to discuss with them, they're doing work around repatriation of artifacts. I said, wait a minute, that's the same thing we need to do here. And they were already in touch with colonial governments like France and England. We were like, wait a minute, that's where we're trying to get to. And the conversation we had today was, yes, you all are Africans and we are from over here in the Americas, but that's just a colonial label that was put on all of us. We are the original people. So we don't want to talk about you guys being Africans and us being indigenous folks from over here. We want to talk about the chiefdoms over here and the kingdoms over there, the shared issues that we have that we can collectively work on together, that we can put pressure on these colonial powers together. Because imagine how crazy it sounds to hit up a museum here in the US and say, not only do you have these African artifacts from these kingdoms, you have our artifacts, and we're making this an international issue. This isn't just an issue to the Americas. This is an international issue. Look at all of these kingdoms, chiefdoms from all over the world that you did the same thing to. So once again, that's not happening, however, if we're not coming in the capacity that we are. If I don't say, well, this is Principal Chief Ronald Yanaguska Holloway, his people are the Sandhill Band of Lenape and Cherokee Indians. They were the ones who have jurisdiction over these territories. They're the ones who did this when the English got here. They're the ones who signed that with the English. That resonates internationally much more than they took our lands from us and we haven't been able to get federally recognized. And that's a victim mentality. We're dealing with royalty and nobility now, and they recognize that. They're not caught up in how we look. They're wondering who our bloodlines are, what our rights are, and how can we connect. And there's going to be some tremendous collaboration coming out of that. So I can't wait for all of the hate we're going to get there. See, I told you, they're Pan-Africans. Meanwhile, we're putting pressure on the entire international colonial system because we're getting past that stupidity and saying, no, we're all the original people. We're just in our lands and we all know who did this to us. That's where the strength comes from. That's where the unity comes from. But no one's going to get there unless you are who you are first, so that other nations who are who they are can say, we recognize you. Never mind these colonial systems. We recognize you. We're building with you, and we're going to help you, and we hope that you help us as well.
Absolutely. Anybody else got any closing words they want to say before we get out of here?
I appreciate y'all for having me up. That's about it. I'll be sticking around.
Yeah, man. Tap in, brother. Come back on. I would love to continue dialogue. And my children, like I said, they're Narragansett and they're Purepecha. But I don't know too much other than my visit down there. So as you do your research, brother, I would be very humbled and very grateful if you would be willing to come on and share some of what you've learned, because I'd love to share it with my children as they're growing as well.
Yeah, definitely. For sure, some things will probably have to be off camera, because I do believe in like this sacredness, right? that's a thing. But yeah, definitely, I'll share some. I'll share some backstory when I.
Hey, brother, we just got to figure out a time to meet up in person. Turtle got family down there. We just have to either take a trip down there or you come up here so we can chop it up in person like you're saying, because that's how the real work gets done.
Definitely, yeah, that'd be cool. I'm planning on going to California too, so I'll be moving around too, here and there.
Okay. Sounds good, bro. We'll just, we'll stay linked up online, and then, when the time is right, creator, willing, we'll all have an opportunity to meet in the flesh and really do some positive things, building. All right, but until then, let's just stay locked in. Spirit Wolf, anything you want to add to the bill before we get out of here?
Just a hold to everybody. Take care. Have a good evening. Thank you for sending me the link, Cuzzo. And I'll see you. I'll talk to everybody soon.
All right, brother. All right, so I will say the peace for now. See you soon. Peace. Thank you for spending some time with us. Once again, Chief.
Well, Turtle, it's always a pleasure and an honor, brother. We got to keep up the good fight. Ayotash, as our people say. Stand and fight.
Ayotash. Okay, everybody. Until we pop back up on you again, you know what I mean? Have a good night.
And check out for us next week. Man, listen, I'm excited for next week, brother Turtle. I'm excited to be in there with you, brother. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Chief Yanaguska.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
we're gonna be in the building, and we're gonna, like I said, we brag a little different. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we about to get it in, man. I feel real good about the summer, bro. You know what I mean? I feel a couple inches taller. You know what I'm saying? Too old to still be growing, but I feel like I just might be 6'5" now, bro. You know what I mean? But let me get out of here, bro. I appreciate you.
When in the con, everyone have a great night.
Peace.
Peace.
Yeah, peace.
How I get out of here? Oh, there we go. All right.